sort of matches that just have pretty big repercussions. A lot of them, even for certain teams, are simply you just can't lose anymore. We'll go to today's schedule, and again, a lot of that same storylining continues on in terms of what really teams kind of need from these games today, and really the results that are required. It's pretty simple for the most part in terms of the teams that are not inside of the top four at the moment. Most of them pretty much just need to win. You think about this first game of the night, Rival, you want to make top four, you got to win this game. Chiefs, Ben LFO, battle for top spot, so that's a big game in itself. And surprisingly, Enterprise find themselves in a dogfight, guys, against Barbie Boys, where if they were to drop this game against BB, they actually find themselves at threat of missing top four altogether.
Yeah, which is pretty remarkable to say. And even the last matchup of the night still has implications. Sure, Arcade are no longer eligible to make the top four. They can't make up the deficit. But Shy Academy coming off the back of a pretty shock loss in some respects last night. They'll be looking to rebound and keep themselves in the fight for the top four.
Now, of course, for Shy Academy, a loss tonight will completely knock them out. So they've got the must-win against Arcade as well. Every single one of these games that we have tonight very much featuring one of those kind of storylines in relation to finals. The beauty of 8 teams, only top 4 progressing as we go to our first match of the day. 6 targets, a team that unfortunately haven't quite been able to get themselves into a position where they can actually qualify it with 2 play days to go. They're done. They can only gatekeep now, essentially, and certainly in this particular match, they're the ones that can actually stop Rival from getting into the top 4. As we know, of course, if Rival lose, they're out. So for 6 targets, in some ways, that's what they've got to play for, to see if they can also deny Rival the ability to play finals.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, Align isn't through their name on Liquipedia, and I normally trust their judgments. I think there actually is a path forward, but it is like extremely low percent again, and it's going to be relying on getting 6 points across the next couple of play days, and a lot of results to go against them, or for them, I suppose, going forward as well. So it's been a rough stage for them. They haven't really probably performed at a level that is deserving of a top 4 finish, if we're being completely honest. They've been okay in patches, but they haven't been able to necessarily carry that momentum and that form forward and replicate that on a play day to play day basis. They've obviously had a little bit of instability, I suppose, with the roster changes they've made. It doesn't sound like they're committing a ton of time in scrims, etc. as well. So they've kind of landed themselves probably where they should be. But I still think there's been some good moments for individuals on this team, and I'm excited to see the likes of Sword, etc., where they can go from here as well.
Yeah, it's actually a good point that you sort of brought up there regarding their ability to make finals. I think that you're right. Usually the Wikipedia's actually got a pretty good handle on those things in terms of crossing teams out. A very quick glimpse at it, though, is very much that Enterprise would have to get 0 points from their remaining 2 games. Yeah. 6 targets would have to win this game against Rival and then win their game against Shy Academy and hope that other results probably go their way to help out too. So, I mean, again, it's that 0.1% likelihood. There is a chance. I mean, the way that EP are going, I do think that they should be able to bounce back, even if they have not quite been the greatest this stage from what we've seen of them previously. You would imagine they'll pick up at least 1 point, and that will completely lock out 6 targets. Their opponents, of course, for Rival Esports, path forward a little bit more simple in terms of win and you're in. They, of course, need to win this game against 6 targets. They then play Barbie Boys next week. That was the one I was kind of talking about yesterday, guys, is the game, I think, on Playday 7 that will determine that 4th spot. And for Rival, we spoke to Chef yesterday, and it's just all about continuing to deal with the issues that have plagued the team in terms of roster allocation and just trying to continue to prove day by day.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, it's fairly impressive, to be fair, that this team finds themselves in a potential finals position, given they had that really, really last-minute roster change with Killerman out, ACOG in. That I'm sure had a ripple effect in terms of how they wish to sort of play the game, how they approach it, how comfortable they are inside of the server. And I think we've seen the ups and downs of that over the course of the stage, but they seem to have fired up at the right moment. And if there's any time to peak, it is over the last couple of play days. The replay package from their match yesterday, which again featured some pretty good moments across the board. This was pitched as being a very competitive matchup, if not in favor of Shy Academy. Don't forget, Shy Academy pulled off back-to-back upsets against both Chiefs and EP. So for Rival to jump in, play more structured map like Club, and decimate them 7-1 will give them a lot of confidence that I think on this style of map specifically, they can really thrive. And I think then, as we turn to the map veto discussion for this particular map, I wonder if their opponent's 96 targets are going to afford them that, or if they're going to try and take those structured maps out the pool and force something out akin to like a Chalet or a Border, for instance.
Yeah, obviously rival as well coming to this game, like many teams tonight in their respective matches, knowing what's at stake and what's on the line, or at least you would kind of hope so in some ways. There have been players in the past that have always regarded as to ignoring repercussions and scoreboards and things like that and just going in and playing blind, and that's fine, but you do have to know what's at stake, and I think Rival should very much be aware of that. We saw Wedables last night return a little bit to form, certainly one of the rounds where he got a 4K. Guys, we know that he's long past his absolute prime. You think back to his absolute prime when he was far more of a fragger within the region. Of course, now very much hard support, but it did show glimpses. And I think for Rival, if they are to make finals and to perform in finals, they probably do need to get the most out of Wedables. We'll go to the map veto for this particular series.
Yeah, again, eager to see how this is directed, and I think the onus is very much going to be on 6 targets to find a map that's comfortable for them and try to eliminate something that may persuade their opponents. Okay, so interestingly, they elect to actually ban out the border last. I thought that maybe they would try and squeeze that, or again, the Chalet, but that was previously already banned by Rival. So we go to Labs, which ends up being somewhat of a middle ground. Probably does lean a little more towards structure. Again, the operator bans are highly influential on this map, so we'll see how that looks to shape it up. Could open things up a little bit more for the attack, or could lead to more turtle-heavy strats from defense, where it's going to be a lot more trade-heavy. So yeah, keen to see how this does play out. I don't know if it hugely favors one team or the other, but my gut instinct is that Rival should perform well tonight.
Well, neither of these two teams have won a single game on this map, but since the start of the year, 0-2 record for 6 targets, 0-1 record for Rival. That was a week ago as well in their loss to Man LFO, so a chance to have another go at Ninehaven Labs. Well, big game, we're not going to be waiting around much longer. Rival, 6 targets, both still fighting to get into finals. 6 targets have got the far more difficult path ahead. Obviously, they must win, and a whole bunch of other results have to go their way. It's a long shot, 0.1%, but hey, if there's a chance, well, there's a chance, and you want to fight for it. For Rival, their chances are far more higher, provided they can get all 3 points from this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Big game for both rosters, and Rival, I'm sure, will now sense that they have a real shot at the top 4, and pressure is certainly going to be more so on them in this matchup, given some of the pedigree on this team. And despite some of the difficulties that they have encountered over the last few weeks, there still is a weight of expectation for this team to do well, and at minimum, when we look towards that final playday, to still be competing for a top 4 finish. As we jump into the op-ban phase, for clarity, Rival starting out on defense. We'll see what the bands end up shaping up to be, if it's Kaid Bandit and then something like an Ace Therm or Double Hard Breach of some description. And it's the Ying instead, Bandit, to make it onto the bench as well. And so no curveballs thrown in the ban phase.
Looking back to last night, of course, not too long ago, but far better results for Rival. 7-1 over Shy Academy was the big one against the team in good form, and 6 targets got decimated by Man LFO. You think back to that particular game, guys, and it was on this very map, of course, and they won the first 2 rounds defensively, top floor and basement. Thought, okay, we might be on, and then no, we weren't on, and it was 7 straight to Man LFO. I think if 6 targets can, sort of play to a similar level in those first 2 rounds more consistently in this match, and they might be afforded more opportunities to do so, considering Man LFO clearly having a very good stage. Rival not quite on that same level, but there should be good opportunities for them, and they'll naturally get a chance to steal a couple of attacking rounds in the first half. Less pressure to have to actually win these defensive rounds. That's going to be more so on Rival to make sure they secure a strong first half scoreline. Again, a loss for Rival, they're out of finals. A loss for 6 targets, they are 100% locked out of finals, even if their path forward is 0.1%.
So the Azami mirror up, and that should equate to top 4 in this first half. Even if and when one of them get taken out as being incredibly strong for the defense, Rival will absolutely be wanting to dot their I's, cross their T's on this side. It should be theirs for the taking. Glad to try and play disrupt here. Lane on the work. Or shots fired. And whilst the first couple of shots did land, Wedables survived. The second wave did miss. And so a little unfortunate there for 6T at the start of the round.
I mean, one thing with Wettables I've noticed over his career, when he has either a good round or he has a good match or he's in a bit of form, he does kind of get a little bit over eager at times. I think he's just got to try and find that balance between being aggressive and definitely feeling that form, and also then therefore not overdoing it. Brought into IT with a bit of help from Orion. So far, so good for 6 targets. Raptors control, IT established as well. Ryan's actually going to even rotate it towards blue. It is Chef Jeff that got the opening kill onto Karma, but Karma also got him back immediately, so we'll chalk that one up as a draw, 1 for 1. It does open up this side a little bit more. One less position being held by the defense. This King can now open up this reinforced wall and rafters.
Razor under a lot of pressure. Top blue, forced back by the shield. It's advantage 6 targets. Only the 1 smoke left for the guys to play off, but it may not matter at this point. Razor continues to try and hold firm, trying to get in the face of the shield. Able to isolate the sword, and Monty getting crunched.
Well, Lane couldn't hit the shot with the guys, had the opportunity, needed to against a Razor. That would have created the 2-on-1. Now it's King and finds himself as the solo. And Kid ahead of him here. Blue is not an easy pathway forward. Certainly not when you're being watched. Wettables did not get the kill, but his teammates certainly got the trade. Rival will get the opening round. A little scrappy on the top floor of Lamps. It can happen. As long as you get the round win, that's all that matters.
Yeah, a little bit of a capitulation there from 6 targets. They got decent value from the Glaz. They got that warehouse side control. The 1-2 was activated over towards top Aqua. But then a pretty opportunistic flank saw him exposed. Razor did a really good job to contain himself and not give away his life for free earlier in the piece. It allowed then Wettables to go for that flank. And despite getting a little unlucky there, I don't quite know how he didn't get that kill. Did a ton of damage, and it was a free trade for a Razor. So credit to Rival in withstanding the pressure there in the first round. You probably expected to be, again, a little more comfortable on that site with those bans in play and the Azami mirror available, but nonetheless, a round win is a round win. Down to basement for 2.
I'll start for a Razor to pick up the 4 kills.
5 seconds left before insertion.
For me, Rival's the kind of team, if they can continue to build that form going into finals, they can be a threat. There's good quality on this roster. I don't think any team that makes top 4 this stage is going to be limping in. Now, so far, what we've seen from Man LFO, Chiefs, really good form. 2 play days to go. The last 2 spots up for grabs. And Chef Jeff and co, they want one of those spots. Sword, not a great start. Had a rough night last night. Had a decent start to his career here in Tier 1. A good couple of play days ago, but I think as the stage has progressed, he's finding it more and more difficult to really get involved. You lose the Dockerby, you lose a lot of pressure. Rival get the extra player. They can far more comfortably sit back towards the site later in the round.
My location is clear. Looks like their security's up.
A bit of horizontal pressure then to be applied Kitch side. Proxy can look to contest initially here, vending, and then has a free rotate back down below. Can rotate on Cargo side. Just able to chip away at the drone economy for now, and I doubt he'll be looking to take too much of a risk here, given the defense has a clear advantage, and you'll see that rotate back down now. Chef Jeff looking to now fill in the back line a little bit, and maybe just make the re-entry over towards games a little more compromised. But Ryan goes chasing down below. Wettables also basement, so this could be a trap from Rival.
Ryan stuck in the corner. Impact from Proxy gets him even lower. Playing the pillar really nicely. It's not overexposed. Gets the kill as well. Onto Orion. Pistol out. Got King to half health and gets the kill as well. King technically kills himself, but Proxy had him. Oh, as Karma gets swung at the window by Chef Jeff. That's his second in this round alone. Wedables seeks out, finds lane, but he gets the kill. Denies the flawless, but Rival are going to get the round. It's only 30 seconds and Lane doesn't have the kit. He's got Vert that he has to deal with. A 2-2 split here for Rival on camera as well. Everything pointing to this being a Rival round win and a 2-0 start. And in these 2 rounds as well, it's been really dominant from the defense.
Wow.
Yeah, why not Sheffy Jeffy to finish it off as he started it in this round. 3 from him, 2 for Rival. Yeah, so far so good. Getting the job done here on Labs.
Yeah, I thought that there may have been a world in which Rival were trying to spring a trap there and get Wedables involved Exo side, but ultimately it just wasn't needed. 6 targets finding it challenging to get proper value there from the Monty over towards Exo. Probably a lack of util, bit of coordination also lacking. The Monty had a good read for a long amount of time and just no one was really there to support. And it's cheeky from Chef Jeff as we have a look back at the opening kill of the round, and then Orion just gets isolated. A missed time there with King. And then gets caught util in hand. A little sloppy there from 6 targets in that round, but to the credit of Rival, they've done a commendable job there. And that defense certainly tighter than back in round number 1. A good tester though here will be the tertiary, and this may start to give an indication as to whether or not this will be a blowout or whether or not 6 targets do have some competitiveness about them in this first half.
Well, it's interesting because 6 targets were in the same position last night. You know, won the first 2 rounds against Man LFO, came here to the tertiary site, and well, it didn't get any more rounds other than the 2 that they started with. Not suggesting that's going to happen with Rival, but if you're 6 targets, you can sit back as a team and think, you know, look what happened to us yesterday. Can we do the same today? This is where it can start. This is where you can build the momentum. Tertiary site Labs. This is the big one. You lose this though, how the pressure mounts, the rounds against you will mount pretty quickly.
Reloading.
Jeff has started hot though. 2 opening kills straight. There is also Chef Jeff down below. Did he not hear Orion make his entry in through tank, and he gets caught? That's another opening exchange with Chef Jeff involved, but this time he's on the wrong side of it.
We'll creep up over towards cargo. Orion heard late there, and a Razor was ready to pounce. We'll see how Rival try and fight their way back into this round. It's a pretty active position held from 6 targets at the moment, but Karma gets caught outside warehouse. It's an Azami config up above. And Proxy in a position now where he can chill a bit. Call to go through, he can probably eat that. Also has the space to answer it, and he'll elect to do that. Orion's lurked in a position over towards vending, so he's in a good lurk spot for the horizontal, but vertically this attack lacking at the moment.
And they've done it again. Proxy just gets another one. Proxy's probably just thinking, well, what are they doing? Because there's just no extra pressure on him. Now, I could understand if there was IT pressure on his position rafters. But they just stand, it's just 2 deaths just standing outside breach. No follow-up on the top floor. It's just individual play from 6 targets that's costing them. Just completely out of sync, out of sorts. Orion has been the saving grace in this round. With his opening kill and then the follow-up there on to Proxy. Leaves it all to do for Sword and King. Still doable, but it's going to take a mountain of an effort with 45 seconds remaining in the round. And a Nitro assault from a Razor to put a dampener in the round for 6 targets. I'm not too sure what to make of this round. I don't even know if I want to say it was attempting to be a top floor clear. I mean, 2 of the deaths were just that breach of warehouse. You had Orion that got the opening kill down in basement. It was kind of all over the shop.
Yeah, two very ill-advised peaks outside warehouse ends up being a big determining factor in that round. There was a lack of pressure up above, so peeking breach, you're always then exposed to not only the horizontal, but then the vertical element up above of rafters, which we saw play out on 2 occasions there from 6 targets. So a little bit of a feed from them in the round. But the plaudits, of course, going to Proxy in particular, did a good job in withstanding the limited pressure that came his way, but still did a good job, landed the shots required, didn't put a foot wrong, and the rest of the team was able to play a supporting act up above. Early indications, though, in this matchup, and I hate calling it early, but it does feel like this could be a big blowout. Rival are quite dominant at the moment across the board. It was a good start to the round from them, but then both Karma and Lane caught out. A heroic effort from ACOG. Or I guess a patient effort from ACOG, maybe not heroic, but he did a good job in just ensuring that that round was confirmed and no sneak was allowed over towards that Aqua side. Additional bans in play now. The Mirror and the Glaz. Both operators which are particularly effective on this site, so in some ways cancel each other out. We'll see how 6 targets look to try and find opening, because they were heavily reliant on that Glaz last time over towards warehouse, and with that now unavailable, it does make me curious as to how they'll look to approach this site.
Well, it just looks like, so far, at least 3 rounds in, the kind of match where it's pretty evident one team needs to win. The other one probably feels like even if they did win, the path forward to finals is so slim that it just probably doesn't matter.
Bomb and defuse it.
I know nothing about surpassing others. I only know how to outdo myself.
Looks like I got some business to take care of.
Just look very cohesive on the defense for Rival, what they want to do, when they want to get aggressive, what they want to swing, what they want to hold. They're just getting to play their game, their style. 6 targets just don't really look all that in sync. Everyone's all around the map doing their own thing. That'll likely change you on this top floor, you would imagine, you would hope. To say that, it's a solo push through Con from Lane for now. Nitrocell does not hit.
Scanning for electronic device.
That's what I'm talking about. Even that there, the risk that you can take by not having a second person sort of standing back behind you. That Nitrocell, if it gets thrown a little earlier, could have connected. No chance of someone else shooting it out. Lane does his job, gets out scot-free.
There are some bolts being deployed, so Proxy's been flushed out of that warehouse position, but not immediate follow-up. As I say that, though, the vault in from Karma and Orion with a foothold on the Monty. Proxy just has to sit, has to wait. Flames now alleviate, so he can now think about re-aggressing and actually eats the air jab nicely there. Does it in a safe manner and has now allowed a Razor to come alongside and help him out.
Setting nitro.
Oh, Nitrocell's going to get shot out. There's still one more in the hands of Chef over towards blue. At least a little bit of Raptors control has been established somewhat. Oh, Orion just gets absolutely peppered. An angle found on him behind the shield. Lane gets the opening kill onto Chef. Chef got him down to 1%. And so therefore an easy kill for Proxy. That's his 5th of the game so far. Karma will fall. Proxy's having a very good game. And he's controlling a very key part of this site. Advantage again for Rival. And the Monty's very low. Now he's rotated over towards blue. And King wants to make his entry into this position. Even though Orion is in sight, he definitely cannot plant. Completely by himself, stuck in the corner. And he knows that any kind of push forward, and he could be susceptible. Tries to fake out the plant, draw out some defenders. He does succeed in that. Drawing Proxy away from watching that blue push from King. 30 seconds. At some point, though, King and Sword, you're going to have to make your move and help out your Monty. And as soon as King does that, Wedables was ready for him. Sword into IT, shut down by the pistol of a Razor. Wedables gets his 2nd. It's 4 straight for Rival.
Dominant, and Rival are fully in control of this matchup at the moment. There's a big investment from Util, 6 targets over towards Garage, and it was okay at the start. The cap offered value, and Orion did a good job in that round on the Monty to stay alive and be a win con for the plant late. The rest of the pieces around that, though, didn't quite land. And despite the defense, their Rival not really having a great belt of denial util towards the end, just positionally, and with the advantage that they had, they were still in a strong spot. And ultimately were then able to go on and deny the Monty. And so that's 4 rounds in a row. And Rival at the moment, I'm sure, will be feeling very, very comfy inside of the server. Not too many causes for concern. Whereas for 6 targets, it's unfortunately been a slow start for them. And the next couple of rounds are absolutely critical to keep their stage alive.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left.
Of course, Rival play Barbie Boys next week for their final game. Provided they go on and win this, which is looking on the more likelier side now, that's still another must-win.
Reinforcing the wall.
Heartbeat sensor deployed.
But in the event that they do win that particular game, it's a high likelihood that should get them into the top 4. Oh, ACOG. Needing to be a little bit cautious over the way towards Warehouse, as Karma has been taken down. He'll get revived. He'll just be low on health. Not ideal though on a player such as Karma playing the Zofia, who wants to be aggressive, get in gunfights. It's a lot harder to do that now.
Sword, another fight, loses it out. Chefy Jeff with the ACOG, and Sword, who has been such a promising up-and-comer so far this stage. 0 and 5 to begin here tonight.
Yeah, and had a rough one last night as well. It's just been one of those weeks for Sword, unfortunately. You got to live and you got to learn from these sort of situations. And again with this approach though, King is your only threat now on this first floor. So needs to win his battle. But he may have a couple of battles that still need to be won. Haycock from control, got the kill onto Orion. And even though King does get the trade, you lose the Monty. You now only have 2 players below, King on the first floor, a big split on the attack, and no shield player to push into sight. And King's just going to get aggressive into Exo. They could get a pinch. As Lane got his kill onto Edibles, Proxy quickly able to snuff out that push from King. And this means now for Rival, you've still got the ace up your sleeve. It's a Razor on the Solus in storage. Chef Jeff still up as well in Warehouse. Well, 5-0 is inevitable. Unless Rival absolutely throw this. I don't think there's any feasible world in which Lane can win this on his own merit. He'd need a big throw to help him out. You got the Solus above first floor. Chef Jeff still on the first floor. Proxy still in sight, and he's having a great game. All 3 of these players are. Proxy with 7, Chef Jeff with 7, Eraser 6 and 0. And now getting a bit of help from Chef Jeff. Tries his hand with the Boss G, switches over to the SMG. Yellow Pink, they are just toying with Lane. And he's now dead at the hands of Chef Jeff. There is the 5 straight rounds for Rival to 6 targets, even bother calling a timeout. They may not, because at this point, the damage is just already done.
Yeah, I think we've pretty quickly entered waving the white flag territory here. 6 targets. Need all 6 points in this play day and next. And so essentially in the next round we'll all but officially knock them out and put a line through their name. And I don't even think that's going to be the biggest of their concerns, given that this is likely shaping up to be a 7-0 rivaler all over them at the moment. Maybe the tertiary will help alleviate some pressure and they could snatch a round, but Rival playing with so much freedom at the moment. Everybody, or at least the vast majority of the team, fragging out so far. You highlighted before, Eraser 6 and 0. It's been a great half from him so far. And we'll see how they look to top it here. Again, over to the tertiary side. So there may be a route forward here for 6 targets to take the round.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've had a lot of one-sided results this stage. Naturally, when you have 7 play days of best of ones, you're going to get quite a few. What's interesting is across Oceania is we haven't had a single 7-0. A lot of 7-1s and certainly a lot of 7-2s, but no 7-0s yet. It could be on the cards here. Final round of the half.
Swapping bags.
And for all of the troubles that have plagued Rival, if they can hit peak form heading into finals, make finals,
Special charge.
this team could absolutely be a threat. Oh, what a shot though from King on the swing into electrical. Headshot onto Edibles, gets them the opening pick. A chance to at least get a single round as Karma gets his second kill. Should it be a third? Not quite. The fire extinguisher not helping. But it certainly helped out for Chef Jeff. He goes to 9 kills in 6 rounds. Keeps Rival alive. Did lose a Razor. That was his first death. ACOG shut down onto King. Is he aware that Orion has slipped into command though? It seems like he is, and he does connect a headshot as well. They do lose proxy, so only momentarily had the advantage. Sword picks up his first kill. So ACOG and Chef Jeff actually now double stacked together. Sword and Lane don't have kit. And Sword instantly shut down by ACOG. It's been a quiet game from ACOG, Guz. He only had the 1 kill, now he's got 4. But talk about impact in this 6th round.
Yeah, no diffuser here for Lane. And so Rival with control above in a good position. Yellow pings, sure, that will aid Lane in the clutch attempt, but it's still very low percentage from here. Valtcam's also up for Rival. Lane forced to go blue side here. And we'll see if he can pull off the clutch.
A little bit of sound masking as he makes his way at blue, but ACOG's having none of it and playing the deployable shield. It's got a 2-man swing. ACOG can just sit here with the shotgun. Wait for Lane to push up. Get Chef Jeff to swing with him. Prismot Mine does trigger, but doesn't force either ACOG or Chef Jeff out. ACOG gets the 4K, and it's 6 straight for Rival. This one's done. Yeah, well, in some ways, I was kind of hoping that we would just go straight to the end of this game. Maybe 6 targets would do us the saving grace here, Guz, and wave that white flag like you mentioned. But also curious to see if we do get the 7-0. And to be fair, it's actually not an easy 7-0 to get now for Rival. It'll be top floor labs that they'll have to attack into. It's been a very, very, very long time since I've seen a 6-0 comeback in the APL region. They are excruciatingly rare.
Yeah, very much feels like a formality from this point. I really didn't expect this to be such a lopsided match. It may officially go down as the most lopsided of the stage, with it potentially being the first 7-0, but even just scoreline aside, just the vibe inside of the server and how they've sort of transpired has just been completely dominant. Even in the very small instances where 6T looked like maybe they'd have an in or maybe be able to find a win condition, somebody from Rivals just stepped up and said, nope, I want to go play ranked early. So it's been a good day from them. They'll be pleased. They needed this kind of result. And the other storyline to
the ranked
add...
games would go longer.
Maybe. The other factor to consider as well is Rival have the weakest round differential compared to the two teams above them. So EP are plus 12, Barbie Boys are plus 7. Rival are actually negative at minus 2. And so a big win here today would put them up to a plus 5. And then if EP or Barbie Boys have a rough day, or if there's a world in which there is a tiebreaker, and the first tiebreaker being round diff, maybe that could also be influential. So I think Rival will be doubly pleased that they've been able to, at least so far, be very, very dominant, and that will support them on the scoreboard.
Why do it yourself when you...
4 out of 6 rounds in the first half. Had a multi-kill for Rival. None from 6 targets. They didn't get the plant down once. Did split the opening kills 3-3. Karma, why not at this point? On drone anyway. Obviously, 6 targets will play this out, and there's always a fair chance they can string together a couple of rounds in a row. Certainly, at least maybe the first 2.
Time to ring some ears.
Not going to say that 7-0 is, again, likely. Despite the 6-0 scoreline, there's a good chance 6 targets will win at least this round, and good chance they could win the second. Tertiary will be their issue, and the fact that they have to win 6 straight is the wider issue. Chef lurking below on the Deimos. Razor took a big chunk of damage from a Nitrocell of Orion.
Lights on.
Oh,
Easy swing
Orion
from
went for the
Razor,
top.
though.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good
the double down from lane, though, to push through. That was actually really smart. Chef found a kill from Vending onto Sword, who's now 1 and 7.
Oh, good catch. So Chef from below able to now clear Electrical the path forward towards the site. Traded though from King up above. Shotgun up close Electrical. 1v2.
No one really close to him. They're actually pushing IT side. And there's a minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Wedables and ACOG with a chance for the 7-0. ACOG going for the plant inside of command. Trying to force out King. Does have gas waves available. They have the ping information. Wedables to try and end this one. Didn't connect with the shots. Flash onto King's position. He's full white. Rival not swinging off of that. There are 2 more flashes available. E2 still has a gas babe. And it's 7-0. Not much more needs to be said. A demolition job. The most one-sided match of the stage. Rival are starting to heat up before finals. And while they'll be very happy with this result, guys, they're not celebrating too much. They got a big game next week. Still need a win to get in.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, they put their best foot forward, and assuming that they go into that next week, into that next match against Barbie Boys, give it their all and kind of see what happens. I don't think they'll leave this stage with too much regret. It's been a nice salvage story for them so far after a very slow and tumultuous start to the stage, but it feels like they're peaking at the right moment towards the end of this group stage, and they were just completely clinical today. Very, very few mistakes made, and they were able to set the tempo early and just ride that over the course of all 7 rounds.
Yeah, difficult one to kind of, I guess, break down in a sense. Rival, I thought, played really concise. Made pretty much no real errors or mistakes. Hit good shots. They played well as a team. They're coordinated. I think starting defense labs is going to naturally lend itself to you being able to do well, but it's not always a given. And yeah, again, this one, I said to you during the halftime roll swap, this could have easily been just an email. This is incredible. It's unfortunate for 6 targets, the way that their stage is kind of unraveled, and They kind of had the toughest start out of everyone, playing EP on Playday 1, got their win against Arcade, then had to play Chiefs. That makes it a little bit difficult to really get a bit of that full momentum because it's strong team, weak team, strong team. Then they finally get back on Playday 4, a match against Barbie Boys, and that went 7-8. And in the end, that's not an awful result. Then you get smashed by Men LFO. They're having a good game. But unfortunately, the way the stage has kind of panned out, by the time you get the opportunity to play the likes of Rival and Shy Academy, maybe two other teams, I would have said maybe at the start of the stage, closer to your level. Of course, no Nico. It's a bit late. The damage has been done. You haven't really got much of a chance to, of course, make finals. They are now 100% knocked out. That little micro 0.1% has evaporated for Rival. They get the win, all 3 points. They go to 9 points, tied with Enterprise, lower round differential, but they get the chance against Barbie Boys on Playday 7.
Yeah, it's tough for 6 targets, bit of a tough pill to swallow, but again, I think it's a reflection of just how tough this format now is. It's only 4 teams in, and as you've said, Rival are still competing for that spot.
Let's go to our interview. We're going to be talking to the coach of Rival Esports, Frame B, as they've had a wonderful 7-0 victory. Frame, congratulations on the win in the end. The most one-sided match that we've had this stage. In my mind, it speaks volumes to you guys continuing to just, as we spoke to Chef Jeff yesterday, work through issues, continue to improve, and it feels like you're kind of peaking at the right time going into Playday 7.
Yeah, look, I mean, we knew we were going to have a slow start to the stage, and I think we're now showing our stride. I feel like the result from this match is very much expected, and we're now starting to show confidence.
Yeah, congrats on the win tonight. I'd like to get your perspective in terms of your influence on the team. We're hearing a lot about how much you guys are improving, the kind of issues that you've had to try and overcome. From your perspective, is that more so tactical, mental? Talk us through your influence.
I feel like all of our problems have been communication and synergy based. It's very difficult when you need to make a roster change 2 days before the stage. So it's really just taken that time to rebuild that synergy and get all the energy back in the right spot.
Obviously, one more big game to go, Frame, next week against Barbie Boys. They've had a pretty good stage themselves. What's going to be the mindset going into that, knowing if you win, likely top 4 will be yours?
I mean, yeah, job's not finished. We've still got a game to go. We're not focused on the outcome. We're really just focused on the process. I know every team seems to say it in the interview, but it's really the mindset to go for. Round by round, game by game, whatever happens, happens. We're just trusting ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that one. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Big thank you to the org and all of our supporters. They've been very supportive for us, even with the slow start to the stage. Thanks for the team for bringing confidence and hanging in it, even though we had some not so desirable results at the start. And thank you everyone for the support.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming on and having a chat with us, Frame. Best of luck next week.
Thank you.
Well, this one was over before it even started. Rival 7-0, but their real test is going to be indeed next week against Barbie Boys. Must win that game as well if they are to make finals. Chiefs, Men LFO up next. It wasn't even much of a warm-up for, I think, what is easily going to be match of the night.
Yeah, fastest curtain race I think I've ever seen. We've gone from what will be arguably the most dominant result of the night to what could potentially be the closest. It's 1v2 in OCE. Seeding on the line and a bit of pride and confidence as well, I feel, for these two teams. They may be confirmed for finals, but as we often see in OCE, I think they're still going to give it their all tonight.
It would be a very classic Oceanic Man LFO kind of story for them to finish in the 1 seed. When coming into this stage, all of the talk was really about Enterprise and Chiefs. And by the end of regular season, it would be, quite ironic if it's Man LFO in that top spot. Of course, that's really what's going to be determined, you would imagine, with this result, of course, pending the final play day itself. But it sets either of the winner up from this next game. Chiefs off of their win yesterday against Enterprise. Man LFO's form this stage has been impeccable. They're certainly in the conversation for EWC, guys. And there's the 2 slots. There's going to be 4 teams in finals, and 3 of them are pretty neck and neck right now in terms of form.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it was always the case. EP, Chiefs, and maybe a 3rd or 4th team can play dark horse for that 2nd spot. And we've very much got that storyline. So I'm intrigued to see Man tonight, and excited to see if maybe they can get one step closer towards that 1st seed.
Now, a short little break. When we come back, Chiefs, Man LFO, the battle for the top spot.
그때 팀에 새로 합류했던 저랑 그 샤일이 일단 성장 팀의 수준에 맞추는 게 제일 급선무였었고, 그때 이제 점차 몇 개월씩 하면서 이제 실력이 어느 정도 괜찮아졌고, 이제 팀과 잘 어우러지면서 로컬 대회 지역 리그는 다 이겼고, 인비테이셔널 딱 진출을 결정 지었을 때는 다들 엄청 좋아하긴 했는데 막 그렇게 놀라진 않았어요. 막 우연에 의해서 진출되거나 그런 게 아니었기 때문에 꽤 자신도 있는 상태였고, 그리고 인비테이션을 가서도 이제 플레이오프까지 진출은 했었어가지고 다들 뭐 기뻐는 했는데 막 엄청 놀라진 않았다. 그런 것 같아. 인비테이셔널 파리에 도착해가지고 연습실에 가서 스크림을 하는데, 이제 보통 아시아 같은 경우에는 티어 2, 티어 3까지 가면 이제 너무 실력의 차이가 많이 나거나 크게 도움이 되지 않는 경우가 많은데, 일단 티어 2, 티어 3 스크림을 유럽에서 해봤는데 저희보다 잘하거나 너무 다들 잘하는 거예요. 그래가지고 일단 그게 처음에 놀랐고, 그리고 이제 저희 반대 그룹 대회에서 이제 그 팀과도 스크림을 해봤는데, 이게 딱 처음에 느꼈던 건 진짜 보이지 않는 벽이 있는 느낌이었고, 그래서 되게 흥미롭고 재밌게 했던 것 같아요. 일단 플레이오프 진출했을 때 그때 이게 저희 손에 달린 문제가 아니었어가지고, 그때 아마 BDS가 CAG를 이기면 저희가 진출을 하는 그런 상황이었던 걸로 기억을 하는데, 그때 다들 모여가지고, 그러니까 호텔 방 좁은 데에서 한 5-6명 모여가지고 다들 기도하면서 봤고, 그리고 진출됐을 때 다들 막 소리 지르고 되게 좋아했었고, 그리고 이제 플레이오프 당일날 이게 메인 스테이지가 되게 멋지게 잘 꾸며져 있었거든요. 그래가지고 되게 설레는 마음으로 입장했던 것 같아요. 일단 스크림을 했을 때는 막 되게 갑갑하고 이길 수 있나 이런 생각이 들었는데, 이게 저만 그런 걸 수도 있는데 대회만 들어가면 제가 뭐 하려던 것만 계속 잘하면 뭐 이길 수 있다, 뭐 이런 느낌이 있었어가지고 생각보다 긴장 없이 대회 때는 잘 했던 것 같아요. 한국에 남아있는 막 친구나 가족이 다 지켜보고 있다고 열심히 하라고 막 응원해줬던 기억은 있는데, 제가 애초에 제가 지금 리그가 어떻게 되고 있는지 설명을 잘 안 해줘가지고 아마 크게 막 엄청 뭐라 해야 될까, 제가 잘 설명을 안 해준 것도 있고 해가지고 막 부모님이나 친한 친구 아니면은 그렇게 막 메시지가 오거나 그러진 않았던 것 같아요. 다들 엄청 고맙다고 생각하고 있고, 솔직히 부모님, 특히 부모님 같은 경우에는 게임 막 잘 모를 텐데 저 나온다고 계속 막 집에서 TV로 봐주고 하는 게 저한테 위안이 됐던 것 같아요. 일단 그룹 스테이지에서 플레이오프 간 거로도 되게 다들 기뻐했고, 근데 이제 플레이오프 스테이지에서 첫 상대였던 메이커스였는데 그때 좀 이제 실력 차이를 많이 느끼게 됐고, 이제 그걸 계기로 한국에 돌아와서 진짜 그 경험을 토대로 이것저것 연구하고 다들 더 열정이 많아진 모습이었어요. 제일 아쉬웠던 경기는 그룹 스테이지 때 다크제로 상대로 먼저 5점인가 따냈었나 그랬는데 이제 8대6으로 아마 졌었던 걸로 기억하는데 그 경기가 제일 아쉬웠고요. 특히 제가 조금 활약했던 경기이기도 해서 더 그렇게 생각이 드는 건지도 모르겠는데, 그거랑 같은 그룹 스테이지 경기 때 G2랑 했었는데 제가 클러치 한번 못한 것도 아쉽다고 생각하고 있고, 좋았던 기억은 아마 클럽하우스에서 7대4로 페이지를 한번 이겼었던 것 같아요. 그게 좋았던 기억.
이 마음을 웃긴 다수窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる、君じゃなきゃ意味ない、ありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング、ちびるに Your eyes tell me everything I need. 束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた風情が胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need everything I need Your smile what I ever like 宝物だね
I think I made a bigger point about it. As soon as AP lost, I said to the boys, I said, "What, are we going to sit here and relax now, or are we going to even go harder?"
Now coming back in a big way with Arcade Esports, you guys being the third place in stage one. How do you realistically feel like you fit into the competition? And obviously for you guys, you've never made it to an international event. Is this the time that can change?
So as we return Playday 6 here of APL Oceania Stage 1, we head to our match of the night. Chiefs versus Man LFO. The second match of the night, Chiefs are going to be appearing in. No surprise, usually the top teams feature in them, but it's the fact that it's a spot for the top spot and not involving Enterprise. Man LFO have been really clinical so far this stage. This is their test to see if they can actually get that #1 seed, or Chiefs, as Nate said earlier in the stage, can get to that #1 spot that they've been searching for.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would have been absolutely insane at the start of the stage to say that at least one of these teams could be competing for top spot and we'd be having them go against EP, but the fact that EP are completely out of that picture currently is the big headline and the big storyline, and a super big opportunity for one of these two teams to get one step closer towards finishing in that top spot and then having #1 seed heading into the finals bracket.
I should mention as well, by the way, that Man LFO will play EP in the final play day, so this is where their real tests do begin. Let's go to Chiefs and see their lineup. Of course, yesterday they had their big result win against Enterprise, and now looking to back that up against Man LFO. Their final play day will be against Arcade. Now, I think we can all agree that's going to be a win. So if they can win this game tonight, it's top spot, you would imagine, for Chiefs. For Man LFO, it's a little different. If they win this game but then lose to EP, well, we'll have to sort of dissect how that'll all pan out by next week. But for tonight, the focus for me is probably on player. He was absolutely sensational yesterday against Enterprise. No surprise against the former team, the team that, you know, cast him aside. He really responded and sort of showed them what they're missing out on.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chiefs didn't get off to the greatest of starts defensively last night. They had a couple of moments that were a little head-scratching, but I think that Nate did a good job in sort of refocusing them, refilling them with confidence, and they were able to step it up. They played really well last night. They played up to the level of EP and, in fact, surpassed them in the end. And yeah, it was a 7-5 best of one. Close result in the end, but they walk away with all 3 points and now put themselves in this golden position to potentially finish in first slot. How much influence that will have over the playoff bracket is yet to be determined. It could be minimal, but I still think it's a big confidence boost for them, and another good test tonight. This is going to be a matchup that maybe even they weren't expecting themselves to be as closely contested as it probably will be, and we'll see how they play to the level of Man LFO.
Well, their opponents haven't really put a foot wrong so far this stage. They've only had the one loss. That was in overtime against Barbie Boys back in play day 3. So it's been a pretty clinical stage. They essentially, therefore, haven't lost in regulation at all. In fact, neither of these two teams have. Both have got the same identical record, 4 wins in regulation, 1 OT loss. The only thing separating them is actually 2 round differential. That's it. So for Man LFO, it's been a really, really good stage. The only, I guess, asterisk that you would apply is, again, they haven't played Chiefs and they haven't played Enterprise. Of course, Chiefs beating Enterprise last night, I think, gives them that slight edge, and certainly the favoritism tag for me coming into this match. But by no means does that, you know, play down to what Man LFO kind of done this stage. Then the names on paper don't necessarily jump out at you as names that have dominated the region. It just really feels more like a coming of age. Pluto's been sensational. Beers has gone to a different level. Hunter Shark, the Element's been ultra consistent. It's just been a really well-rounded roster, well coached, and they, to me at least, they just look like they've got a lot of synergy. They follow the game plan nicely. They're always in control in a lot of their matches. There hasn't been much of a blemish on their stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Pluto especially was a player that we highlighted heading into that night. He was one of the top players on entry league-wide heading into the night. And the funny storyline is we did a hard caster curse on him. He had a really slow start yesterday, found it difficult to get himself in the match. But despite that, it didn't bring down the performance of the team. And I think that was the key takeaway.
Let's go to the map vetoes and see where we'll be heading for this best of one, the first of 2 major tests to close the regular season for Man LFO. Again, to preface as well, didn't touch on it, both these 2 teams have already qualified for finals. They're the only 2 teams to have qualified for finals, and Lair is going to be our map. It's actually a very strong map for both teams. 1-0 record for Chiefs beating Barbie Boys 2 weeks ago, 7-3. 2-0 record for Man LFO on this map. Neither team really ban it. And they've actually got identical attack and defensive win rates on this map. 66.7% attack for both and 75% defensive for both.
Yeah, I'm expecting that we'll see probably the best of these 2 teams tonight on this map. Strategically, they'll be wary to show anything that hasn't been seen before, but default Lair is still a really, really good challenge, I think, of these 2 teams where they are structurally and if they can play the fundamentals well. So, yeah, quite excited. As you said, strong map for both teams, and unlike some of the other maps in best of ones, I think that Lair eliminates some of the, or at least mitigates some of the RNG factor we do see on some of the other maps as well. So this should be a really true result, and I think a reflection on where these 2 teams are at tonight.
And they both even have the same operator bans on this map as well. Both elected to usually ban out the Blitz, the Blackbeard, and the Kaid and the Bandit. We'll see if that follows when we do get into the ban phase, which is right now, because the game is ready. Chiefs, Man LFO, match of the day. Chiefs fresh off of their huge win last night. Man LFO, what a stage it's been. Can they now rise to the very top of the standings and claim that #1 seed? Both teams will feature in finals. question will be who takes the better form heading into said finals and giving themselves the best opportunity with the best seeding to eventually look to qualify for the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, let's jump in. A lot of excitement surrounding this particular fixture. Man LFO starting out on defense, and we'll see how much of an advantage that may afford them. As you highlighted before, the bans for both of these teams are fairly similar, and certainly for the side of Man LFO, pretty consistent as well. We'll see if this time around they do double down with the shield bans. And it will actually be a slight variance from them. So typically they do go the double Monty Blackbeard. This time though, or the Blitz, and on this occasion they'll lean back into the Blitz, but also take the Ying out, maybe trying to take away some of the explosive playmaking potential from Chiefs and backing themselves to counter the shield play that they may have to offer in this first half. No surprises really from Chiefs though on the side of attack. They'll take out the Kite and the Bandit, and that alleviates a lot of hard breach pressure, especially for this top floor.
Yeah, the Ying ban is the one difference to what we've seen from these two teams across their time on this map. So that does leave the Blackbeard available. Lunchbox immediately jumps on that. In terms of the previous results, of course, Man LFO beating 6 targets last night, 7-2. Already touched on the Chiefs' win against Enterprise.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left.
I mean, Man LFO, you win this, you go to 16 points. The only team that would be able to catch you is, ironically, Chiefs, who, of course, will play Arcade on play day 7. Man LFO playing EP. So round differential is still going to be a factor. If Man LFO can win and win well, there is a chance that that could be the determining factor, depending on their result next week. On the flip side, I think it's fair to say if Chiefs win this, they've locked in the top spot. They're not going to lose to Arcade. So they'll get a little bit more... they're a little bit more solid with that #1 position if they win this game. On the attack in the first half. Shield v shield with the Clash and the Blackbeard. And it's just a full 5-stack top floor from Man LFO.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued to see how Chiefs look to go about trying to leverage the Glaz in particular in this round. Can be very, very strong in cutting off the lines for that upside take, but does also have the playmaking potential on the flip side, our 6 side too, so there's a lot of flexibility on offer for Jake Henner in this round. Will be relying on his own smokes, already used one, still one in pocket. Whoa. Well, Lunchbox aggressed quite deep there. Hunter with a good catch. Man Alpha backing themselves to counter these shield operators, and it has been a success in the opening round.
Certainly hinders the ability now for Chiefs looking to push into the site later, even still needing to get Mez control. Pluto holding over there. Jakena has found a kill though on the Glaz. Gets rid of Hunter. Relay's also catching out Beers. It's not ideal for Man LFO after what was a strong start to the round. Lunchbox having a very good performance last night too, so carrying some momentum into this game, but sits this one out. So far so good now though for Chiefs with that response from Jakena and Relays. 50 seconds on the clock. Still got a Nitrocell in pocket for Pluto. Sharky on the Clash needs to become involved and make sure he can try and disrupt this attack. There are no smokes remaining though for Glaz.
"30 seconds remain, and the Clash on site proves strong. Advantage, Man LFO.
Player shuts down Pluto, so they got that men's control sorted. It's only into the site now that matters. Still a little bit of time. Don't think they're going to be able to get Neptune back into this round. Jakena hoping someone to walk into his scope. Sharky's just going to play behind the shield. Player got rid of Element, so it is indeed only the Clash of Sharky that remains. 6 seconds. He's getting aggressed upon. A lovely double swing. Chiefs will take top floor on the attack. Had to really work for it. Not the most awful rounds for Man LFO. The fact it came down to a 1v2. It just simply came down to the mid round. A couple of those picks going the way of Chiefs after Man LFO got that opening kill onto the lunchbox. Chiefs, a really solid job to bring this round back at a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, they ended up having to brute force that a little bit. Chiefs not in the greatest position. Didn't have a ton of valuable util either late, and especially that clash posed problems and asked questions of their ability to push R6. But fortunately for them, they were able to flood elsewhere, and by finding those picks afforded the advantage. And even with such little time remaining, the treadmill, I mean, good opportunity to get some reps in during the tech pause. They were able to overwhelm him in that spot, and Sharky unable to quite tuck and play time. Technical pause, as mentioned, has been called. Not entirely sure as to who or why, but I doubt it will be too long. We've had word that it was a player restart, so presumably the FPS issue, and yeah, server should stay up and player will be back. Well, the player will be back in a couple of minutes, so don't go too far. Positive start though for Chiefs, Man LFO. I think it'll take quite a bit to deter them. I back them in to have a pretty strong mental in this match.
Yeah, I think both teams will have a pretty good mental. It's at that point of the stage where you've both qualified for finals, so there's a little bit less pressure. I mean, you'd love that number 1 seed, but it's not a do or die elimination game. You know, you got finals around the corner as well, so you know there's going to be more high octane matches that will have more in terms of mattering. You're not really putting all of your mental load into this basket, but you do want to win it at the same time. It's kind of tricky to navigate. A big opening round though for Chiefs to win Master and R6 as the attacking team sets the early precedent. For Man LFO, they're going to have to be really clinical tonight. You know, that's maybe the kind of round where across the stage, the way that round played out against a lot of other teams, Man LFO maybe go and win that round after getting that opening kill. The Chiefs are a very good team, and they just have the ability to go and get those picks. Did so, and the rest is history. 2 kills from Player, 2 kills from Jake Kennett, leading the way in that round. Neptune, of course, did not die technically. He was down for probably the last 30 seconds of the round, but wasn't a death, so was 3 alive for Chiefs. And it's not going to be the repeat for Man LFO. They go basement.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be anticipating too many double ups from the defense over the course of this particular matchup, where they're very closely linked, and on lair, all 3 sites offer a pretty fair opportunity for the defense to find win conditions. So I'd be pretty surprised if we see too many repeats.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Intrigued to see how they shape up for this basement site, how much presence they wish to have up above, given the operators that they have selected in early positions. It shouldn't be too much, but Hunter, well, he was first floor momentarily for the spawn peak attempt, and it lands successfully onto relays. Difficult to say whether or not he knows who he killed. Often that can change up how the defense then wants to play out the remainder of the round. If they know it's the snake, it may give them a little bit more freedom to roam or aggress, or maybe double down in positions on side, etc., and they'll be a little less exposed. It'll be harder for them to have that read. Either way, though, for Man LFO, now in a very positive position for the remainder of this round. And it will very much be a case of keeping pace with Chiefs, not allowing them to fight back in advantage. The attack will respond by going through their checklist, and we'll see whether or not Chiefs have the ability to try and find a win condition here, how they'll look to try and get a pick back.
Yeah, and this is where the morale can be tested pretty early on as well. If Man LFO dropped 2 straight rounds where they got the opening pick while defending on lair, you can just hang your head a little bit. Defending vigorously towards blue stairs. That's the last gas, babe. With minute 40 on the clock, that's a lot of utility that's already now gone for Man LFO. And they've kind of got him trapped here. Good angle outside from player. Hunter takes a big chunk of damage. I mean, I think almost, I was going to say best case might have been able to just get at least 1 kill go down, but he escapes, he gets away. That's a decent result. Beers, good shot onto Neptune. That's just better for Man LFO, because Hunter looked like he was very much trapped bottom of blue stairs. For him to get out alive, Beers then gets the next kill. Big swing of momentum here in the second round towards Man LFO.
60 seconds remain. We'll see if they can try and leverage the Blackbeard Chiefs. And they do onto Hunter. Forced into the line of sight of Lunchbox on the vert, and that's a clean clear. Job far from over, though. They have a bit of time and space to work with, but Man LFO should have the resolve to see this round out. As I say that, though, Jay Kenner are able to march forward. Element's not getting the support required on the cross.
Yeah, I mean, it was just completely by himself, tucked into the corner. And Chiefs have actually done a good job of just picking up their own pace, too. Just in the last 30 seconds, finding 2 quick kills, and now bring it back to even numbers. There is a nitro cell with Pluto. Into lab goes Jake, looking for the plant. It looks like it's going to be successful. No, Sharky got back on it. Thought he might have actually inadvertently got off, and then maybe might have missed the timing. The timing indeed has not been missed. This is some wonderful duo play from Pluto and Sharky. Should be able to go on and win the round now. There's not a lot of time for play up, runs out of time. That is exquisite. The Yokai into the Nitro combination. Well played from those two. Big round win for Man LFO. And they're able to close out basement. They'll likely go back to the top floor now. Or not. Really, Punk's briefing over going back to the top floor.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's an element of wanting to play that side out before the additional ban. That's certainly something to be considered. Replay package of that previous round. Chiefs, to their credit, doing a pretty phenomenal job to fight back into a winnable position there, but then, as you highlighted, the duo anchor play there late for Man LFO was pretty much completely spot on. Utah was pocketed very late into the round and then used very efficiently. Chiefs tried their hardest to extract value from the Blackbeard, and Jake Henner did a good job in that department, but it wasn't quite enough in the end to alleviate the deficit that they found themselves in early. And so credit then going to Hunter for the spawn pick attempt and conversion.
Well, what's going to happen, though, is they're going to ban the Blackbeard, and Chiefs might just then therefore ban the Clash. Because clearly, that's why they've been going back top floor. They played Blackbeard twice, top floor basement. Not being played here, Bunk's briefing, banned it out after this round, go back top floor. But I think they'll lose the Clash as well.
Yeah, probably. So Chiefs will have some presence above. The sense selection, though, suggests that their primary objective is to go for the green side hit, go deep, plant sensibles to counter the warden, for instance, to make it difficult for anybody to see and identify where that plant is going down. That will mean that Elements plays a key role in the round on Solace. He can look through the vert and call out to where that plant is going down, or even attempt the denial himself. And so by splitting this attack, Chiefs will be looking to achieve that goal of on-site pressure, but ensuring that they can try and contest the defense up above. Here is that green control established without risk. Jake Kenner flirting with sight. He has the diffuser in hand.
Yeah, I mean, I like this, though, from Beers. I mean, he's playing an operator that doesn't have any utility. The Nitro Cell he'll be able to use against the Monty, and very useful against the ROUs as well. I'd be wanting to try and hold on to this for as long as possible. He knows he's relatively safe from push-ins, provided he's got the vertical support. He's getting a lot of utility thrown in his position, but good reposition from Beers. Important that he keeps himself alive. Player almost catching a chance, and the second chance goes begging. Clearly, goal right now for Chiefs is going to be to get Jake Kenner into sight. They do catch the head of Beers. Good angle by player. Gasbabe to delay. 2 more remaining. Elements trying to get some information on the Solus. Usually, Bunk's briefing just simply comes down to, can this plan be successful? Default plan RU up. But Jake Kenner will indeed be successful. Oh, Janasi does go down, but job done.
Yeah, good try there from Elements, but unable to hit the feet in time. And look at this defense disperse as they try and fight for the retake. Not a lot of time remains, and Chiefs in good positions.
Yeah, just unfortunate that for Beers, he couldn't get any extra help and support. If he had been alive, that Nitro Cell would have likely been enough. And now Chiefs are very much set up for the post-plant positions. That's the win call on Bunk's briefing. Get that plant down. They do so successfully, therefore go on and win the round. Chiefs go up 2-1.
Yeah, fair play to Jay Kenner. Did his job well and didn't shy away from sticking that plant. And the fraction away Elements was from denying that. Had he have found those shots, that angle, just a little earlier, maybe with a second or two more his way, plant would have been denied in the round. Of course, then shapes up very, very differently as getting back into that plant position, reinitiating the plant, worrying about above once more would have been very challenging for Chiefs, but they're able to stick it. And then the follow-up from that was they had very strong post-plant positions. They backed themselves in to get it stuck, and once they did, there was essentially zero chance for Man LFO to get back in towards the objective to counter defuse. Tactical timeout called by Sali, the coach of this team. And I'd be curious to know what the messaging is.
The mirror ban instead of the clash ban, I do wonder then if the Chiefs on the top floor, they might go a little bit more hard breach centric and put pressure on the walls. And that way, you know, you're kind of opening up both sides. The clash, it's a little bit more difficult to kind of maneuver around the site if they do play it. And this is a pretty big couple of rounds coming up now. The Blackbeard ban, I think, was a pretty easy read. So the question will be how much of a change in terms of the attacking lineup for Chiefs on this Master and R6 floor. They just go Monty, okay. And no clash either.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Might still, of course, change it up from Chiefs side, but for Men LFO, this is just going to be utility with denial as their combination. I mean, this is as stock standard as it gets. Pluto will play over towards the middle of site, behind the desk. You've got Sharky and Hunter will sit back, use their utility to deny. The Razor Blooms, the Upfront Mines as the trap utility. Indeed, there is a pretty big switch up for Chiefs, but leaving Lunchbox on the Monty.
5 seconds left. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, and intriguingly, electing not to bring a single primary hard breach at this round. Hunt another spawn pick attempt. Another close one as well, but this one not landing. So yeah, I wonder how Chiefs are going to try and amount pressure in this round. They do have the secondaries from Jay Kenner, but that's essentially the entirety of their toolkit. And so I wonder if this does indicate that it'll be an ops stack or an R6 side stack. It's going to be quite tricky to split it. And if Man LFO clue into this pretty early and have a front-facing defense with the Tachanka deep, the Fenrir as well to aid in info, I don't know if I feel particularly great for Chiefs in this current comp and positioning. It's going to be a tricky round for them. It's certainly far from impossible. They're just going to have to play really clean. And I think a lot of it actually will be about leveraging this Monty correctly. They need to find a way to generate pressure in this round. If it doesn't come from hard breach, then Lunchbox is the second best bet.
I think Neptune as well is going to have a big say in this round, whether it's going to be a success for Chiefs or not. Down below towards Bunks with the skeleton key to create pressure vertically. No contest for Man LFO, keeping 5 on site. I think Chiefs know this is going to be the kind of round that's likely to probably play out down to the last 20 seconds, and that's where the Monty can be valuable if you've still got players alive. Another gas bait thrown primed from Hunter. Just to cause a little bit more delay, but he's now down to 1. That's okay because he got the Shamika launcher of Sharky, although he's just taking some damage. Sharky, I was just watching him get lower and lower, and in the end, Neptune gets the kill. That's a big piece off the board. Same with Hunter. Well, there goes your denial, and there's so much time remaining in the round. Relays with an aggressive air jab as well. Neptune trying to play off the yellow ping. Chiefs making it work.
Yeah, they sure are. Look how much information available to them courtesy of the line, and the pressure
my goodness
has been immense in this round. I was questioning how they were able to generate it. And while that round, a perfect showcase as to what this team can do.
I mean, that's disappointing if you're Man LFO. You got the Blackbeard ban that you wanted. You took the timeout that you wanted. You went back to top floor as you wanted. And it just does not go your way. Completely flawless from Chiefs. Really, really well played. Yeah, Neptune having a big impact in that round on the buck. Completely uncontested from down below. Good shots on the top floor. And they essentially just kind of went straight at men LFO. They just didn't want to play any games. And I guess in some ways, the lineup that they brought somewhat suggesting that. When you don't bring hard breach, you don't have to fiddle around with the walls and, you know, take your time setting up. You know, when you're not playing a Glaz kind of setup, you don't have to worry too much about getting the Glaz in the right position at the right time. They just played a pretty direct brand of siege, pressure from below, and then played off that from above. Man LFO just were not ready for it. I think for Man LFO's sake, they kind of just wanted to deny. The game plan in that round for Man LFO is to get that round as late as possible. Chiefs just went and said, nah, we're going quick. And it worked. And not rush quick, not blitz go into sight quick, just really calculated pacing. Now Jay Kenner slips onto the Monty, gives Lunchbox the Glaz license.
Activating. Stay close to me. Deploying the drone.
And the Twitch can be super impactful in this round as well.
Yeah, absolutely, alongside that Flores. I think this is going to be a good test for the resilience of Man LFO. Now that they've also already used that tactical timeout, it's going to be very much on those inside of the server to try and problem solve and consolidate. It's clear that Chiefs have come out swinging, and they need to try and stabilize this matchup. Maybe try and fight fire with fire, as Jay Kenner takes a massive chunk of damage and down, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Instead of sitting back and waiting and allowing Chiefs to take that ground, Sharky takes it upon himself to take the fight. With the Monty charging forward, it was in fact a high percentage play to go for that. And Chiefs not close enough to be in a position to trade that back. It was Jay Kenner completely solo on the front line for that warehouse side push as he elected to take space. It's now Diffuser on the ground. And an opportunity for Man LFO to consolidate defensively.
So far, basement looking like to be the saving grace of the half of Man LFO. What can Lunchbox do now on the Glaz? He had some incredible Glaz play last night on Bank. I don't even know how he's sitting on that chair. He's definitely not using the back support. I don't need it though. Canister. Oh, he wants to get aggressive, but the Flames will tell him to sit back and wait. I just kind of feel like if they're going to unlock this round, it's probably going to be through Lunchbox. They do still have 2 more smokes with relays and 4 flashes available. So utility's fine. Time starting to dwindle and down a player. There he is. Lunchbox gets the kill onto Beers. Relay's got his as well before being traded. Player also wins his battle, and suddenly out of nowhere, Chiefs have got the numbers. Lunchbox pushing in as well.
Wow.
Neptune gets rid of Sharky. It's happening again, just as we saw in the previous round on the top floor. Chiefs have just got the ability to push in and take these gunfights. As Pluto got his kill, they do know where he is. Lunchbox is going to be back, gun up, after getting that plant successfully. He goes prone. And the swing from player to convert. Good team play again from Chiefs. Didn't panic. Great utility usage. Hit their shots. And it's just precise attack after attack from the Chiefs. They go 4-1 up.
Wow. It's still early days, and it doesn't quite feel near as dominant as the first match of the night, but maybe this too could shape up to be a one-sided affair. The late round execution and the team play, the synergy from Chiefs, and just their innate ability to play off one another and always look like they're up for the fight regardless of sort of the condition of the round has been really impressive. And I think it would be very unfair to say that these rounds have been traditional throws from Man LFO. They've genuinely just been well thought out, well problem solved by Chiefs for the most part. It's been really good to watch, and I'm sure for the Chiefs fans they'll be excited. Perhaps for Man LFO and the other teams on the sidelines watching this game are a touch concerned that Chiefs look so threatening, but been a good performance from them so far, and it's very much just going to be a case now 4-1 up on attack about converting this match. It's pretty rare that you'd see a team in this sort of position with this lead on attack go on to then lose, and I think they'll be sensing that this is a great opportunity, but also looking to just play round by round, because Men LFO are certainly not to be underestimated, and I don't think they've dropped their heads at all defensively. Men LFO are still very much up for the fight.
I'll say though, if Men LFO can get this second defensive round, both teams statistically are in that 66% attacker win rate.
I have intel on the enemy.
Downside is both teams are at 75% defensive win rate. What I'm kind of getting at though is if Men LFO get this to 4-2, there's every chance in which they can do something similar in the second half. Not counting this game out at all. Chiefs are looking pretty solid. And all 5 players also performing at identical level. On the flip side, you look over to Men LFO, 1 from Beers, 0 from Elements. They just need a little bit more from all of their players.
Yeah, they'll split the attack a little bit more so here with some presence upside. Neptune could lurk below, clear Mez if needed, although that's hard breach, so he could set his sights on the objective. And then they have the pinch threat and the split threat from the likes of Relays on the Snake, who can be pretty self-sufficient with that util, and also has Lunchbox in assistance. In the meantime, Pluto threatened from below. He's the one on site, although pushes back over towards R6. That actually frees up the objective pretty quickly here for Chiefs, who have found themselves in a pretty dominant position without over-investing utility. Beers under pressure as Relays tries to shove forward bathroom side.
Oh, Beers, I don't know if a third time's going to end any different if you go for another peek. I think Relays has won this battle. Oh my god, he actually went for another peek, didn't learn his lesson. And that allows Relays to now push into the hallway, get up close and take on Elements. The 2 weak links for Men LFO in this half. Both go down straight away to Relays. This very much now opens up the sight. A 5 versus 3 advantage for Chiefs. And so far, throughout this half, have never squandered such an advantage as Jay Kennard will get the plant down inside a mask. It will not be denied. Sharky gets a kill, but it's only the one. So many more needed. Hunter steps up, shuts down Neptune. The Chiefs can play the post plant now.
Oh, it's winnable though.
Shot from Hunter. Wow.
And Jay Kenner one shot. Oh, but he holds down the line with the DMR. Hunter up close and traded. Wow, that was a beautifully played round by the Chiefs. The setup, the execution, it was on point. And they have a significant lead at the halftime break.
Well, a very dominant half from the Chiefs sets them up a 5-1 lead, 2 rounds away from essentially claiming that #1 seed going into finals, barring what would be, I think, the biggest upset of all time if Arcade were to win against Chiefs next week. And also, of course, dependent on other results, Men LFO would need to beat Enterprise and then throw in the whole round differential. I mean, you get the point. It's 2 rounds away from Chiefs claiming that top spot. Go on to defense, Master and R6 to begin. It all seems pretty rosy. They're the form team heading into finals. They're the #1 seed. And in a region now that has 2 slots for EWC, I think they would know deep down, as much as they wouldn't want to admit it, and they always say, you know, day by day, game by game, it's turning into an incredible stage for them.
Yeah, it really is. And that last round was a pretty old school layer split attack where you have the pressure mounting R6 side. They did a good job with opposite early. They flushed out A side with the Deimos. They had a lot of good moving parts. That nothing that would have caught Men LFO off guard, but it was just the execution, how clean they've played. And I think that was a reflection of really the half overall, where arguably Men LFO aren't making massive mistakes. Sure, you could argue Beers overpeaked, but again, he's pretty eager for information and to prevent that push. I don't think it's too much on him necessarily. It's just been Chiefs playing really, really well. And so, look, it's still a little while to go. Unlike the last game, I feel far less confident in calling it now and saying that this is going to be a Chiefs dominant victory or anything like that. Man, LFO should have positive signs here on attack, but at least so far it has certainly been more lopsided than anticipated.
I just like the way that they've won this. Well, they haven't won this game yet, but I like the way they've gotten to this position. You know, it's 7 for relays and 7 for player. That's the highest through 6 rounds played. It's not that one dominating performance from an individual that's been the difference maker. It's just been a team effort from Chiefs. I think that's their ethos. That's their motto. That's what's made them such a good team this stage. Well drilled, well coached. I think, you know, you think back to when Jigsaw was dropping 20 plus in all those games and they still weren't getting wins a long time ago. That kind of era is done now. You really need a good core 5.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Well, it's falling apart for Man LFO. Chiefs get a little bit aggressive and Man LFO were not ready for it. They don't get any kind of setup. They don't get the Buck play. They don't get the Monty play. They need Beers to probably get 3 and Hunter to get 2. Vice versa, one or the other. Oh, another tap from Jay Kenner. The Chiefs are meaning business. They're locking in towards finals. It's been a really good stage for Men LFO, but their tests were always going to be in the last 2 play days. Chiefs and Enterprise. And right now, they're on the verge of a massive failure in this test. 6-1 down.
Yeah, wow. Look, I guess if there's any point of the stage where you want a bit of a wake-up call and it has limited impact, it's probably this kind of scenario, right? Already locked for finals. Seeding may not be massively influential. It may have an impact, but it might not be super influential. And so as long as Man LFO kind of take this in their stride and actually use it as a learning opportunity, I don't think it's going to deter them or, you know, take away too much confidence heading in to the finals bracket. Although I guess maybe if there is to be a potential rematch in future and they take on Chiefs, there could sort of be that underlying fear of, oh, not again. They destroyed us last time. But the best of 3 veto should kind of alleviate some of that pressure and they can look to experiment on other maps. Maybe Lair, just one that hasn't been quite properly tested to this kind of level just yet, and they'll be able to go back to the workshop and sort of work on it going forward. Been a bit of a rough day at the office for them. Beers 1-7, Elements yet to strike the scoreboard. You look across at Chiefs, it's been far more well-rounded. No one really carrying the load too heavily. And they'll be looking to get the job done here in round number 8. And if they were to go on and win 7-1, it would be the it would be the third, I believe, 7-1 of the stage so far. EP taking down Arcade in Playday 4 and most recently rival over Shy Academy.
Yeah, I'm a little bit stunned by this result, I'm not going to lie. I was expecting far more of a contest. Had Chiefs as favorites, rightfully so. Not quite 6-1 and now potentially 7-1 favorites. And in some ways a little disappointed. Man, LFO, this was their task. What a stage they've had. Locked in finals. They will be playing finals. They will get a chance at redemption. They'll get another opportunity next week against another high-quality opponent in Enterprise, but they've absolutely failed this test. They'll learn a lot from it, or at least you would hope so. Rough game for Beers tonight, 1-8. Just hasn't really got anything going, losing all of his battles. But in fairness, it's, well, been the entire team that has just not been able to win much. They do get the kill onto Lunchbox, but Player was there ready for the trade. He goes double digits. Easy swing onto Elements. As Hunter and Pluto push together through Lab. I mean, Pluto, what a quiet game from him. It's 4 from Player. Well, he's very much on for the ace because it's a low health Pluto. Relays, give your boy the ace, all 5. Player was so close to the MVP yesterday. And was certainly the MVP in that particular match against Enterprise, against his former team. Wanting to be the best player in the region. What a stage he's had so far. He's in that conversation ahead of finals. They're so close. But Pluto with the radar will get some information. Forces relays to make his way back upstairs.
He just runs
but
off.
It's Player who wants the kill.
I think Relays wants to give it to him. 40 seconds
Yellow
for Pluto
ping.
to push forward.
Player knows exactly where he's coming from. He's got an idea. Just wants to make sure. Now he spots him. Oh my goodness, Pluto, what a shot. Denies the ace and still has a chance on 1 HP. This radar, such a nuisance for the defenders. Will he back himself in again, looking for the tap? He might just have to go for the plant. Relays is going to play this one out. Will he get him off with the run? He does. He gets him off. Relays not aware, but he gets the kill. Pluto went for the swing. It's Chiefs that get the 7-1 against Men LFO, and the top spot is theirs with only Arcade to play in Playday 7. Nate and the boys will be ecstatic with the stage that they've had so far leading into finals.
Well, Player may not have quite gotten the ace, but Chiefs well and truly getting the last laugh today. A 7-1 victory. I honestly am a little bamboozled at the final result here. Not the fact that Chiefs won. That was certainly not going to be the most audacious of predictions, but to win it in a 7-1 fashion and to look dominant, essentially from start to finish, is a huge surprise. And I mean, immediately my mind is going to where to from here. Does this match really mean a whole lot in the context of the finals? I don't think we could really make that assessment now. But if going forward, Chiefs continue to dominate and Man Esports drop off, this could be one of the pivotal moments of the stage for them where they just weren't able to deliver in a match where at minimum they had to look competitive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on so far these 2 playdays this week, guys, but it's just been filled with 7-1s and 7-2s. We even had a 7-0 just before. It's as we get to the tail end of a stage, typically you can get these one-sided results naturally as certain teams, you know, their stage is kind of coming to an end, can't make finals, etc. But you know, last playday and this playday, we haven't really had a lot of those teams. Everyone's still fighting for things. Man LFO in this game, we're fighting for the top spot, and they get absolutely trounced. I mean, it's just a wonderful team effort from Chiefs. Player filled his boots in the last 2 rounds, but prior to those last 2 rounds, everyone on the side of Chiefs was very even in terms of kills. A really good team performance. We'll go to Nate and we'll get to speak to him once again, as we've been doing quite a lot of this stage. Chiefs win out again. Nate, you're in the top spot at the moment. Of course, still got one more play day, but it's looking very, very solid. You must be proud of the team for how they're performing. But as we keep saying, and as you keep saying, it's just another game. You got another game next week, and then finals is a whole different beast. I mean, do you have to at some point stop, reflect, and just think how proud you are of the team and how you guys are performing?
Yeah, for sure. I'll be honest. I told them straight after I came into this interview, straight after the game, I said, you guys can go celebrate, be happy, but I want to say like how proud I was. I know it's a bit silly. It's BO1, but I said that's that's a proven result. Yesterday and today, it wasn't a fluke. We didn't go. Obviously, I think we played very, very well yesterday as a team. Translated it over to today, and it didn't show that inconsistency, which I was a little bit worried about at the start of the stage. But I keep saying it to him. We play better when the challenge is in front of us, when there's a mountain to climb. We obviously, that shouldn't be an excuse for losing to teams we should beat. But I'm happy it's the case where if we can, get through some of these games, first the harder teams, and we show that, that we're there for the fight. And obviously it was a 7-1. I don't really put that into much, retrospect of how good Man LFO are, how bad they are. Everyone has their off days. That's not what I think Man LFO are. I think they're obviously a lot better than that. But yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to sort of dig a little bit deeper into that. How do you assess your opponent's result tonight? Obviously, they only got the one round. How much of that do you think you can put down to Chiefs and your boys playing really, really well tonight as opposed to them? And sort of how do you then assess them going forward into a potential rematch come finals? Does this change the outlook at all, or is it more so just a case of best of ones and they had an off day and you'll take that into consideration going forward?
I'm well aware of the BO3 dynamic of how everything works, longer games, longer rounds, tougher fights, but it's like I expect them to come back with a vengeance if we verse them in playoffs again. So I don't expect it to be anywhere near as easy as that game. But I think if we come into that same mentality, as we came into this game wanting that result, you know what I mean? We came to that game wanting that 7-1, wanting that big victory. So I think if we do end up versing them again, we will expect them to come back twice as good as they normally play. So we will definitely be prepared. And I have to give a huge shout out to obviously the boys. Like after we won that game yesterday, obviously they were very happy to beat EP, but it was straight away like, okay, what about VODs looking out for Man? Like we already had it laid out. We knew exactly what maps we were going to today, and we were prepared for whatever result came out of that VOD. So I think, yeah, I'm very proud of them all.
I mean, this is where I guess the experience from yourself, Nate, being around a long time, you've seen plenty of times teams have really good regular stages and then go into, back then playoffs, now finals, whatever you want to call it, and then not get the job done. I mean, how much does that really, I guess, from your side of things, impart onto the rest of the team ahead of finals? You're obviously locked in. That's going to happen. You're going to be in that position. Are you going to potentially think about, past instances where, teams within this region have looked really, really strong and then just fall short? Do you kind of look back at any of those and try and take lessons from those that you can impart on the younger guys?
I think for sure. I think you have to, right? You have to look at other people and how they played in BO1s and take into factor that BO3s are a completely different game. I would have definitely taken it into consideration a bit more and put it into our practice more if we didn't have a kickoff stage where it was only BO3s. I know my team is very comfortable playing BO3s. They all prefer to play BO3s over BO1s. That's where they are excited. That's why I said to them, I said, if we can get through this stage in the groups, I want first. That's what I said to them at the start. I said I want first position because that shows that we're not just a BO1 team, but we're a BO3 team. We are just consistent. So for sure, I think you're 100% correct. Taking into consideration, looking back at other teams and how being like, hey boys, you can do it in a BO1, but now we have to up that level. Stay mentally strong. That's the most important part. We've done all the macro and stuff. It's all about the mental game now.
Last one from me, mate, and then we'll let you go. But I want to end it on a really positive note. And from your side of things, what is an aspect of what makes your team so great that no one else in this region can match? So what do you do better than any other team in this region?
I don't really want to say what I do better than other teams. So I can say definitely what we.
You don't.
Like I don't know. I don't like saying that we've been that. We are mentally such. I like to say like a family in the sense of, I'll be honest. We've had some arguments, as every team I'm sure does. But it has always ended in a factor of, I understand what you're saying. I will try to improve, and then if you could please do this for me, blah blah blah. We have worked so hard between kickoff and stage 1 to make sure that we're able to speak to each other in a way that doesn't turn toxic and is productive. So after we lost to Shy Academy, I'll be honest, there was a lot of tough conversations, but it turned out into the next set of practice and going to EP of, guys, we shouldn't be disappointed, we shouldn't be let back, we should be progressive about it, and we should be looking to be better. We should be accepting the challenge. Like, we shouldn't be expecting teams to be like, oh, they're going to beat us. And then when we lose them, be like, oh, why are we not playing as good as we should? Well, we need to be mentally strong. We need to be locking in. I think what we do, well, I would hope what we do better than most teams, and what I expect for my team to do better is be able to speak to each other and be mentally capable of not just, crashing out and just playing the blame game, and actually self-reflecting.
Right, well, losses, Nate, are not always the end of the world. You learn the most from losses, and obviously all of the hard work that you guys have been putting in this stage has been very evident. Congratulations again on the win and coming to chat with us, and obviously best of luck next week against Arcade and head into finals.
Thank you. Have a good night, boys.
Well, in the end, a very resounding result for what was supposed to be match of the day. So therefore, I'll move our next match to match of the day coming up. Enterprise versus Barbie Boys.
Just keep moving the goalposts. One of them will be good. Surely at least one of them will not be a 7-0 or a 7-1. And I mean, look, it's another massive game. Neither EP or Barbie Boys are 100% locked at this point, I don't believe, unless some of the other results may have shifted that. But either way, it's a critical matchup for both. And fingers crossed, it'll be close and competitive.
Yeah, I think that it should be competitive. I don't know how close it'll be, but even, I think naturally that sort of 7-3, 7-4 probably in favor of EP is where I would put the early prediction for a match like this, but that's not to discount Barbie Boys. Things can change on a given night, depending on the map, depending on the mood of the players, things like that. What I will say, it's a little bit of a danger game for Enterprise, guys. They do play Men LFO, of course, in Playday 7, who will look to bounce back from their loss to Chiefs. So you lose this and then you lose next week, you don't make finals. It's as pretty simple as that. So there is emphasis for Enterprise, and there certainly is emphasis as well for Barbie Boys. Their spot is up for grabs too. They play Rival next week. They would love to have a little cushion. Short break. When we come back, that match is on the other side.
팀 활동하면서 일단 숙소 생활도 많이 하고 하면서 이제 원래 같으면 회사 가서 막 사회생활 배우고 해야 할 나이긴 한데 뭐 여기서도 뭐 다들 뭐 사회생활이 필수니까 최대한 뭐 그런 걸 배우게 된 것 같고요. 그리고 무언가 하나를 잘하는 법에 대해서 좀 배우게 된 것 같아요. 어떤 게임이든 뭘 하든 최선을 다하는 법을 좀 배우게 된 것 같아요. 일단은 가능한 데까지는 계속 선수를 지속할 예정이고, 뭐 5년 뒤나 나중은 딱히 생각은 크게 해본 적은 없는데 계속 게임 업계에 관련된 일을 하고 싶고, 뭐 코치가 됐든 감독이 됐든 뭐든지 하고 싶고, 또 나중에 스트리밍도 본업으로 한번 해보고 싶고, 뭐 게임 관련된 직종으로 해볼 것 같아요. 저 딱히 취미가 게임 말고는 없어가지고 뭐 쉬는 날에도 그냥 다른 게임을 한다거나 하지 딱히 나가서 뭘 하거나 그런 건 없고, 뭐 가끔 여자친구랑 밖에 나가는 거 말고는 딱히 없는 것 같아요. 여자친구랑 사귄 지 한 4년 됐고, 매번 뭐 대회 나갈 때마다 응원해주고, 대회할 때도 뭐 집에서 몰래 응원해주고, 되게 여러 가지 방향으로 저한테 도움을 주는데, 뭐 특히 지금이 제일 도움을 많이 주고 있는 것 같은데, 팀이 없어가지고 여자친구가 일을 했던 그 자금 같은 걸 가지고 지금 같이 생활을 해나가고 있고, 제 남은 돈이랑. 그래서 특히 지금 매우 고맙고 만나서 정말 다행이다라는 생각이 들어요. 특히 일본이 저한테 특별한 의미를 가진 나라이기도 하고, 매번 대회가 유럽 또는 미국, 브라질 이렇게 있었는데 아시아에서 메이저가 개최된 게 되게 오랜만이어서 되게 기쁘기도 하고, 뭐 저도 개인적으로 진짜 꼭 가고 싶은 대회이기도 하고, 팀원들도 뭐 일본 메이저니까 막 홈 어드밴티지가 있을 것 같다며 꼭 진출하자며 서로 으쌰으쌰하는 분위기였어요.
Well, the carnage of last night has crept into tonight as well, guys. 7-0, 7-1 for our first two matches. Certainly was not expecting it for the Chiefs Man LFO game, but alas, it has happened. Chiefs take the #1 seed, and it seems as if they should be able to hold on to that now going into finals. It means for Man LFO, they drop down to second place. And currently now where we go to our next match is just as big, just as important. Enterprise versus Barbie Boys. It's third versus fourth. It's Barbie Boys, though, in third.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these two teams still vying for a spot in the finals, and more critically than that, I guess, as well, is also the seeding as well. Implications are plenty across the board, and I think, honestly, for these two teams, the pressure is more so on EP. They have expectation. They shouldn't just be going into finals. They should be making it all the way to EWC, and a loss here would be pretty devastating. A couple screenshots, some of the posts on X that took place last night. After the EP Chiefs matchup, Tui in response to player with Lunchbox the top of the thread with some comments of his own as well. Pretty respectful from Boxer, must be said, after their 7-5 victory. And yeah, some words exchanged, which is a classic Canos.
Yeah, I mean, I don't read too much into it, to be honest. I think that it's interesting for Enterprise. Their whole mantra at the moment, and certainly over the last couple of months, has been all about the shit talk, etc. And if you want to talk the smack, you're going to get smack back sometimes. And as you said, I think what Lunchbox said is quite an endearing compliment, but probably in a backhanded way, let's be honest, as we move into Barbie Boys and a game that is quite important for them as well. They are very much chasing that top 4 position. They've got a difficult task ahead of them against an Enterprise team, which I'm sure are going to be angry and hungry to get a result tonight to make sure that their position in the top 4 is going to be locked in. A reminder, Barbie Boys play Rival next week, guys. So as we know, it's a pretty important game. Rival beat 6 targets earlier tonight. They got their job done. They're on the 9 points. Barbie Boys are on the 10 points. So a loss here for Barbie Boys would put them then in a do or die must win next week. So they would love to just try and skip that queue, get the job done tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's going to be a tall task. Sure, EP have had a couple of bumps on the road, but they're by no means ever considered a pushover team, and Barbie Boys still, despite being third on the standings and above their opposition, still go in as underdogs, just given the historical precedent that EP have been able to establish. Here is the replay package of their last outing against Arcade, and it was a pretty convincing 7-2. Walsh walking away with the MVP for that matchup. He was running right inside of the server. Seemingly no one could kill him. He had massive influence, a big impact in the match, and was a hero player for them on a couple of occasions. And I'm sure Barbie Boys will be looking to try and exploit him in the best way possible for this particular match as well.
Yeah, I do wonder though, for the side of Barbie Boys, do they have the mental mindset in dealing with a match such as this against a team like EP, who they would obviously respect and know what they're capable of, but I think at the same time they'd be more than happy to match them and go blow for blow in terms of the trash talk that I'm probably expecting for a game like this. These guys, I don't think will care at all for what EP have to say as we go and have a look at the Enterprise roster. And of course, the loss yesterday, leaving them in an awkward position, 4th place on the standings, therefore needing to get results in their last 2 play days, this being one of them. You lose this, next week becomes quite literally must win against Men LFO on the final play day. Men LFO themselves, who have already qualified, would be looking to get a bounce back result. And also, even though Men LFO have already been qualified, you'd love to knock Enterprise out of finals altogether, because it helps you in the long run. So yeah, this is a pretty important game from Enterprise, and so they're going to have to be locked in mentally.
Yeah, I don't think the consensus has changed all too much on EP, that if they were to go on and make finals, and that's still the expectation, that the best of 3 format, the experience that they have, they'll be very well served there and should make EWC. But the problem for them is, with only a couple of games to go, they haven't been able to confirm themselves, and so that pressure now starts to ramp up. Best of ones have certainly not been particularly great for them. Exposed a little bit in this stage 1 format as opposed to maybe kickoff earlier in the year. And so this map veto is going to be absolutely critical for both teams, and we'll see where they end up shaking down to. I do wonder what kind of style of map these two teams want to take place on. I think EP will have pretty deep pockets in their pool, and it's looking like it'll be between Fortress and Club, and another classic OCE map to sneak through in the end. EP afforded themselves a bit of flexibility by leaving that Fortress up Interestingly, they don't back themselves in to win that over Barbie Boys, instead going for a little bit more of a known quantity in club, and Barbie Boys to defend first.
Interestingly enough, Enterprise have not played Clubhouse this stage. It's been high on their ban list for Barbie Boys. Played it last night with a big result, 7-2 win. They start defense as well, so huge match coming up. Barbie Boys, Enterprise. Surely this will end up being match of the day territory. Barbie Boys with a lot to prove that they can mix it with the best, get themselves a spot in top 4. Enterprise, well, they definitely want to get this win, or they're at potential threat of missing finals altogether. And if they were to lose this game in a dominant fashion, they would even drop out of the top 4 as early as tonight, pending, of course, the round differentials. So therefore, this is a huge clash for these two teams ahead of the final playdate next week. EP, of course, playing Man LFO, Barbie Boys playing Rival. Those two games are going to be absolutely crucial. Don't forget Shy Academy throughout all of this as well, by the way. They do still play later tonight. They've got the final game of the night coming up after this against Arcade, and then they play 6 targets tomorrow. So it's likely they could even get to 11 points. There's a lot going on here in Oceania. 2 slots in the region, 4 spots for finals, and we'll see who can get there. Could both of these get to top 4? Still a possibility. But right now, I think the way things are shaping up could just be the one of them, depending on results. Capitao, along with the Thermite, Kaid, and the Mirror, those are the bans. BB on defense. Let's get underway.
Yeah, we in some ways have to embody the same mindset as the players and the teams and actually take it in a very much a one round at a time approach. There's so many potential permutations depending on who wins and in what fashion, whether it be in reg or OT, and how that will then define how the standings look at the end of the night, and then the implications for the final play day. The loser of this matchup would be put in a very difficult position. The winner, though, will be quite pleased. It's a big matchup between these two. Still so difficult to say as to whether or not it is going to be a close and competitive matchup. If it is to be one-sided, surely that goes the way of EP, but there's clearly been no assurances as to not only the winner of matches throughout this group stage, but also the fashion in which teams are winning. There's been massive blowouts, there's been unexpected close results, and maybe this one has another curveball to be thrown in as well. It's a basement defense, but top floor util here from Barbie Boys. They'll look to go for a roam early, facilitated by the mute.
I do want to re-clarify, Enterprise cannot finish outside the top 4 tonight, because the worst result, which is a 7-0, would only put them equal with Rival. But if that were to eventuate, I mean, it's just as bad, really. It's not much better. Don't think that's going to happen. Although the way that yesterday and today is going, who knows at this point? It's becoming very difficult to predict some of these games. Walsh has been a standout so far this stage. Quicks, though, what a headshot onto Bappin. That's a statement start for Barbie Boys.
Yeah, that'll fire them up a bit. Pretty free kill. Player advantage. And there's going to be a lot of chatter in this one. You would imagine words will be exchanged between these two. How much of that is friendly as opposed to hostile? You can be the judge.
Hostile.
But yeah, probably hostile. EP are going to have to battle hard back into this round just to end any chance. It's going to be real rough, especially losing the vert capabilities of Bappin on the Ram. It'll take an individual effort, likely a play down main or blue, to have impact.
It's just where Enterprise, this is the kind of game where I think you leave the trash talking aside and you just focus on your skill, your raw skill. Let's be honest, as a core 5, it's still the most skilled team in the region. Doesn't mean you're the best team, though. I think they've just got to get back to focusing a little bit more on the fundamentals, on the game itself, less about the trash talk. This is what they do best. You know, they can work out these situations. 4v5's not the end of the world for EP. Not ideal to lose Bappin in the sense of losing that soft breach for the kitchen hallway and kitchen itself. Praise on the clash is going to be, of course, a good defensive anchor late in this round, and late indeed it already is. There he is over towards triple. It has been at least opened up by Enterprise.
Flashbang out.
Making good headway of getting at least bot main and moto positions. And look in the background, Brendo's pushing towards blue, flamed off at the moment. Kara, though, gets the next kill onto Pinku. He's one of the top fraggers for Barbie Boys. Brendo takes a step into the flames, but he finds the angle onto Quicks. Bailey gets the quick trade, but E2 then falls as well. Pressure mounting towards Church. Walsh, lovely kill onto Tuhan. There's a 2v2, 25 seconds.
Can they isolate Prez though? Limited util. He has shield still standing. 20 seconds. This should be going to the defense, but Karo pushed forward, didn't get covered. They wait for the
Karo
res.
slips in, but they got the res, and therefore still a 2v2. Not much has changed. Cairo going for the plant. Jigsaw falls to Walsh, but Cairo gets off. Cairo then gets them both. Teaches them a lesson. Cairo has still got it. Enterprise take the opening round. Basement attack goes their way.
Yeah, good resolve in that round from EP. Barbie Boys, though, making some critical errors. They had them on the ropes. Player advantage. They'd clash triple. They allowed way too much space and pressure to be generated over towards that moto drop. Didn't account for Brendo early enough blue side. Whilst that was eventually traded, then they got caught on a mistime time by going for the res that allowed the slip in. And Cairo made his mark. Good work from Brendo here. There's the blue lurk. And whilst it was immediately traded, right here, Cairo afforded an opportunity to have impact. Whilst he was low on HP, so too was Bailey, who couldn't react in time to the swing. And that round there is a really good showcase as to just how well EP can play. Backs against the wall, it's basement site 4v5. There's not too many teams in the region where you would still give them a solid shout, a solid chance in being able to close out the round. And that's why we didn't rule EP out. They deliver, and Barbie Boys are kept honest.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I try so hard to break into the Japanese social scene, but
Well, inside of the server for this game, there's 5 players that are in the top 11 in the region. 3 of them are on Barbie Boys, 2 are on Enterprise. But the 2 on Enterprise and Jigsaw and Bappin are in the top 3. By the way, Player has now gone up to the #1 spot. He's the #1 rated player this stage. Talk about redeeming yourself after being dropped from this Enterprise team. And what he's doing with Chiefs. As Brendo makes his way towards Rafters, we go Gym Bedroom for the second round. Once again, the clash employed by the defense of Barbie Boys, but instead of Prez, this time it's Quicks that's going to be playing it. Walsh, by the way, is the one that's just outside the top 10, sitting in 11th position, having a very good stage. Quicks fortunate to still be alive. Grabs the shield, forces his way back into Con. They do still have Pinku, though, top red stairs. And has he been spotted out? He's going to push down red stairs. Maybe
They go for the Deimos.
One towards Lounge. They're going for the pinch. They've got Walsh to try and get the early contact onto Bappin. Gets him very low. Continues to swing. What is Bappin doing? Bewildered inside a stock. He goes down. Brendo, though, at least good trade. Good cover over towards Garage. Walsh doesn't want to take this fight. He'll fall back. Smart option. And Jigsaw gets rid of Bailey.
Swapping mags.
He's on the board now. EP take the numbers advantage. It's 2 straight rounds, though, that Bappin's the opening death.
Yeah, it was a decent tag team from Barbie Boys, but now they've afforded a bit of space. They've also given the main advantage to EP, who took advantage elsewhere. And these early portions of the match, I think, probably teaching Barbie Boys some early lessons that this is going to be a tough match.
Oh, the timing.
Yep.
Half a
Walsh
second quicker.
He can at least head back over towards top main. Jacuzzi's not opened up. So it may end up being a little one-dimensional here towards the end of the round for EP, but we'll see if they can trade it out into the clash as well. Important to note, Jacuzzi does have perceived pressure. And Quick's in a position to cover on the clash.
Brendo's made his way in. He knows they've got full bedroom control, and there's one stuck towards bathroom. Prez did enough to at least take Brendo with him. Walsh, good hop over. Headshot onto Jigsaw. Shield v shield. And it's Walsh that hits the headshot onto Cairo. Walsh has started so hot, but here comes 2. It doesn't matter. It's another for Walsh. Oh, you saw him in the cam as well. He's heating up. 6-1 start for one of the region's newest rising stars.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal play. And credit to Quicks as well in the round. Got very nice value there from the clash. Even Prez to trade Brendo and prevent the backline from fracturing there was a good sign from him. They fight their way out of that round.
Attackers need to
And the
locate
first
and defuse
2
the
rounds of
bomb.
this matchup have been probably the most competitive we've seen over the course of the night so far. Not that the bar was particularly high, but these two going at it early here on Club. It's been great to watch.
Attackers have
Cash
discovered the location of the
CCTV
bomb.
for round 3. Barbie Boys elect not to bring the clash for a 3rd time in a row as we look back at the beginning of the round. Bappen caught over towards Stock. It was a good crunch from the defense. Enterprise took that as an opportunity to take space elsewhere, but final phase of the push proved tough. Cairo finding it tricky to navigate forward on the Monty into the clash counter. And Walsh with some phenomenal mechanical skill to aid his team. For this round, we'll see the Tachanka brought in for Denal alongside the Echo. So we may see a world here in which Barbie Boys look to anchor late, peel back, and try to force a win con here from EP. But EP probably not the kind of team that they're going to force a plant if they don't need to. They'll back themselves in for the kill con if required. Interestingly, they bring the sense for this first attack cache side, and I wonder how they'll look to implement it. And a double lurk dirt, okay. This is a little peculiar. Could end up being some kind of red stack late.
Deploying drone.
Cairo gets rid of Quicks. That's just over towards Logi Hatch. Cairo has started hot as well. Right now, it's the Cairo v Walsh show. Well, Walsh towards Garage. It may not be ready for this secret push up because this is said double stack push in through dirt down basement. Not often you'll see that on Cash and CCTV. Vampa with the Lion scan activated. He's playing behind Tuhan. They're getting some good information. I wonder if they can get into a position for a fast rush up red stairs. No barbed wire. Here comes Tuhan. Not ready for it all. Is Bailey playing with the Yokais. That's good deep position top red. Brez and Pinku got one each as well. Tuhan taken low. Brendo lost out to Pinku. Pinku's found 2 elsewhere. Jigsaw trying to push in. He too falls. It's 3 to Pinku. But it's a 1v2 now for Tuhan to deal with. Spots Brez, of course, he's already down. Ping information from the Kawan Hive launcher. Late onto Pinku, but knows he's inside of CCTV. Questions though where Walsh may be. As he gets rid of Perez, no more intel on Tuhan, who's low on health. But they have a pretty good idea as to where he's coming from. And the kit is in the hands of Barbie Boys. Tucked in left, got the down onto Pinku. Gets damage onto Walsh as well, but Walsh will finish off Tuhan. Another for Walsh. Big from Pinku. Barbie Boys will take Cash and CCTV.
Both teams are keeping each other very honest at the moment. EP with the red stack went for the flood. It almost worked. The amount of pressure that Barbie Boys had to sustain there was immense, but Pinku off to the side netted a multi that was massively influential in the round, and then Walsh again standing tall at the very end, composed himself, maintained distance with Tuhan, and won out a critical 1v1 duel. Things are very much heating up inside of the server at the moment. The Grim and the Azami to be banned out. Here's the replay package. Tuhan pushed up, Bailey caught unaware. Tuhan trying his best to win out that duel. It was so close, yet so far, Barbie Boys with the lead.
Yeah, good game so far developing. Dare I say, though, you look back on that opening round, I think this could easily be 3-0. Just wonder if that's quietly in the back of the minds of EP, that largely in this half they've been outplayed. A 4K from Walsh in the second round, 3 from Pinku in the third. If it wasn't for Cairo's heroics back in the opening round, indeed, this would be 3-0.
5 seconds to insertion.
And this is what you want if you're Barbie Boys. You just want the early reward for effort, get the rounds on the board. Try and see if mentally Enterprise might start to doubt themselves a little bit. But you've also then got to think, yeah, that probably won't happen. We've got to stay locked in. It's a great start, but great starts can sometimes end in a disaster. EP are too talented to fall away in this game, and they're going to keep fighting. And right now, BB have got all the momentum as they head back to basement.
Quicks again will play early presence main, but this time deterred by the Deimos. Last time out, he got that free pluck onto Bappen. But this time it's a little more disciplined from EP, bringing the information gathering operators required to ensure that the coast is clear, and all 5 members of the defense will now posture down below. The clash back in play. A little intrigued that EP elected not to ban it out. I suppose, at least on basement, they did a pretty fine job in navigating around that and actually isolating pros on an island late. And they may look to do something fairly similar this time around as well. Moto exposed, same Denari tripwire setup that we saw previously. And EP, midpoint of the round, can start layering util and clearing the defensive utility required.
By the way, if Barbie Boys were to go and win this game, guys, then Rival cannot overtake Barbie Boys. Rival would have to beat Barbie Boys next week and hope that EP lose to Man LFO. So if you're Rival watching along at home right now, you most definitely do not want a Barbie Boys win. Long ways to go. Under a minute remaining in this round. Aggressive from Kitchen, but not much towards the site. 5v5 right now, I think really suits Barbie Boys while they still have the clash available. Nitrocell with Quicks as well, playing inside a church. Bailey just needs to stay alive. That's his #1 goal. Doesn't have to do anything else. He's absorbing the pressure. Eventually goes down to Bappen. Finds his first kill. Jigsaw falls though. He's having a struggle. Cairo again goes down. Walsh, another kill. As the time starts to expire, again, Barbie Boys are looking pretty good, but last time out, this is how they lost it. Pinku for the swing, gets the kill, not aware of another one playing over towards bot main. That was Brendo, good swing. Surely they couldn't steal it again.
15 seconds, flashes to follow Brendo down long, but flashed himself, and Prayers and Quicks able to collect. Barbie Boys are playing really well at the moment, and Enterprise are struggling to deal with some of these setups. They're falling short of the mark. They didn't ban the clash. It posed problems onto Cairo, dirt side. They didn't get value from the kitchen drop after clearing Bailey. And even the last-ditched attempt with the double stack main, that too. Limited in impact. It was a good swing from Triple Wall, from the defense. And Barbie Boys are doing a great job here. They're not really cheesing these rounds. They are genuinely breaking down these attacks. And EP are finding it very difficult to find win conditions late round. They're often putting themselves in tricky positions, and we saw the fight back on the first attempt down below, albeit close, and they haven't quite been able to replicate that since.
I mean, there's a part of me, of course, that this is clubhouse defense in this region. Club usually plays out in this kind of fashion. 2 rounds to go, so
10 seconds to insertion.
I mean, if this gets to 5-1, I think that's the way that I kind of view this game right now. If it gets to 5-1, I'm a little nervous for EP. I'm quite nervous. If it goes to 4-2, I think it's kind of equal at that point going into the second half. I mean, interesting comment there in the chat regarding the lack of the clash ban. In fairness, the Izami was played all 3 rounds. A very strong operator. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with banning the Izami. Walsh goes down early to Cairo, and it's been a good game from Cairo. He's definitely standing up in this match for Enterprise and shuts down a player who's in incredible form right now in Walsh. This will be a big test now for Barbie Boys, but they've also already passed the last 2 rounds where they did lose opening deaths to Bailey and Quicks. Add Walsh to the mix now. It's 3 straight opening kills for Enterprise. They're so far struggling to convert with these 5v4 opportunities.
Pinku thinks about traversing bar side, but will reconsider his options. Quicks caught. Pretty ruthless from EP in this round, and from here it should be pretty straightforward. They've been able to force 2 particularly unfair gunfights, if you even want to call them gunfights, because they were quite one-sided. Prez, though, has something to say about it con side. Maybe there's still something a little left in this round, but both isolated con.
Not often you see Jigsaw 1 and 5. That is a rare statistic. And Bappen 1-4 as well. 200, big kill onto Bailey. I do not want to let this round go the way of Barbie Boys. Prez again, but traded numbers, of course, with Enterprise. That being the difference here in the middle portion of this round. Big who would need the 1v3. Cairo spots him out on the black bid. Death mark on his position as well, but he knows there's one towards. Waits, hits the headshot onto Bappin. But Cairo does the job. He started off the round. Cairo is playing really well right now for Enterprise. He's keeping them in this game. 3-2. Now pressure back on to Barbie Boys. They would need this fourth defensive round.
Yeah, Cairo's had a lot thrown at him this matchup, particularly maining the shields into the clash has been very challenging, but he's generally done a very, very good job in trying to at least circumnavigate that or have influence in other parts of the map. Did a good job finding the opening there in the last round. His second opening kill for the half so far. And then was in a good position there late round as well. If he wasn't snappy about finding that immediate knockdown and trade, Pinku was probably on for a decent clutch attempt there. So solid work from AP. They meet the 2-round benchmark. But they'll be going on and searching for more here in the final round of the half. Back to cash CCTV. Successful last time out for Barbie Boys. It was a somewhat unusual attack from EP. Early lurk dirt side. Not a big emphasis over towards kennels. It was more so the red stairs lurk, and then they looked to exploit elsewhere and go pretty direct. I wonder if they reined it in this time. Do we maybe see a rafters side here? That seems to be largely out of favor. A lot of teams instead opting con side at the moment. We'll see what they go for. On the side of defense, though, it's the Clash once again back in play, meaning that Clash will only be not played in 1 round so far. So 5 out of 6 in the half. The Clash has been shared between Prez and Quicks.
So 3 straight rounds, EP have gotten the early advantages. This is where Barbie Boys need to be a little bit more cautious. This time Pinku gets the first pick. A double stack towards rafters pays off. But losing the Maverick, not the end of the world for Enterprise. 2-3-6 hasn't really been all that impactful this game. Cairo's been the main man, but at some point you're expecting Jigsaw and Bappin to activate. A matter of when, not if. Pinku has to be ready for that push in towards Garage. Is getting the information from Prez. Cairo again. That one from Pit onto Quicks. He goes to 8 kills now and equals this up 4v4. Running out of utility to deal with this double stack rafters hold means they might have to rotate.
Oh, potentially, although the rotate certainly doesn't define or guarantee rather much either. So this is a tricky position for EP again to try and problem solve. Their problem solving hasn't been too bad tonight. But this one right up there is potentially the most difficult test with 2 Zotos still up. The Clash, don't forget Yokai's in pocket, or at least out deployed for Bailey. And while Walsh again, big impact. 9 and 2, the jump out onto Brendo, and the second onto Bappin.
Oh.
That was disgusting.
And at that point, the round's falling apart. Sakara just sent it in. Jigsaw's having no impact in this half. A 4-2 lead for Barbie Boys. But they're going to have to now go onto the attack if they're going to beat EP.
Thoughts are wandering away with me today, fading into gray. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. No fear, I test my fate. No. Thoughts are wandering away with me today, fading into gray. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. innocence and honesty keeps signaling my brilliance. Living in this harmony, it's hard to see the change. Ignorance of poverty, we're sinking in resilience. Adrenaline, my arteries are masking all the pain. I symbolize the vigilance, we need to rise above it. It makes it hard to breathe when we're living in the flames. So make rhythms and we influence the youngest. It's like we plant the seed and watch them grow into the names.
Lately I've been studying Ibrahim Traore. What it takes to make change, blood and tears, that they assure me. Stripes and gun range, bodyguards at every doorway. Civil rights to sustain as peace over Wahala. If we had to fight, we have to die. That's why we ain't seen another Thomas Sankara. Who are you when you can change all the fortunes of your people? I'm tired too, I used to blame Western forces of evil. I'm tired too, I'm choosing pain and let my hatred try to greet you. I'm asking, can I really flex? Forget the poverty we've been through. Puppets in our section, check the strings above, you know it's lethal. And am I still collecting? I'll try to protect my own peace and breeze through.
Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into grey. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of his silhouette in vain.
Well, what a half. 4-2 lead for Barbie Boys. They've really thrown down the gauntlet here. As we head into the second half, EP at least got to go defense, but they're, well, tasked with a difficult challenge ahead of them. The pressure's on. Barbie Boys at least 2 rounds away from securing overtime, which would deny all 3 points away from EP. I mean, this would be such a dramatic result if Barbie Boys could go on and win this game for their own sake. Go to 13 points and
as many bombs as they can.
by doing so would secure them a spot in finals. It'd be locked in, Guz. That would be 3 spots locked up going into the final play day, and EP wouldn't be one of them.
That would be... It's unthinkable at this point. It is literally unthinkable. And it would be incredibly ironic if EP, who at Salt Lake City afforded this sub-region 2 slots at EWC, don't even have an opportunity to compete for it. That would be remarkable. They'd be an all-timer in O's. We've been around for a while now, and I can't think of a storyline that would be quite as dramatic as that. But they don't trail by much at the moment. Defense club, we'll see if it suits them. Jigsaw in particular will be looking to have impact as he had a slow start to the half. And look, on the side of Barbie Boys, I think Walsh will be given the license here to make plays and be proactive. He looks, once again, great, much like he did last night. Taking calculated risk, but having the skill to back it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to put it blunt right now, the biggest difference is the fact that you're getting an all-time low performance from both Jigsaw and Bappin, two of the top 3 players in the region, 1-6 and 2-6. And as they go on defense, this is where I think they might get a little bit more comfortable, start to get more involved, therefore build that confidence back up. You know, a 4-2 half, we say it all the time on club, especially in this region. That's pretty par for the course. If EP can, you know, go and win the next 2 rounds, suddenly it's 4-4 and the pressure goes back onto Barbie Boys. I think round 7 and 8 for me are the most important. A Walsh double-digit half for kills. Pinku with 7, getting a lot of franking power from those 2, but it's going to be a different tale in this half now onto the attack. He's got the Ash license. Well deserved at this point with the way he's playing. But I think these are the kind of games where EP can really show that they've also got that mental fortitude to get themselves out of a tricky situation, go defense, play some rather compact siege. They won't really give up, at least I hope, a lot of mistakes. So it means the Barbie Boys are going to have to really brute force their way to taking this site. And so far it's slow and steady, because the timer is already closing in on 1 minute.
Yeah, both teams keeping it pretty compact, pretty basic. Barbie Boys with the Monty this round, not having to worry about the clash counter. So Prez will be given a bit of freedom here to try and make some space and gain some info, whether that be through Moto or down main and triple. 45 seconds on the clock. They'll start making their move. Bailey low. Pinku can go for the blue hit late. Walsh as well, potentially in a position to complement this as Prez on the Monty will drop. EP looking to respond with util. Brendo, 3 gas babes, and he'll begin his deployment.
It's been a hurried checklist that they've got through inside 30 seconds. Bailey goes down to Cairo. He got the earlier damage from that Nitrocell, finishes him off with the SMG.
Here we go, Walsh.
Walsh just gonna send it in towards blue, hope for the best. Does get the kill onto Cairo. One more was just below his crosshair. He wasn't aware of it though. They're all playing quite tucked in. EP giving them absolutely nothing. Knowing that they're low on time, they have to push in and swing they do. Plank going down, by the way, throughout all of this. It will be successful. Prez will get back up alive. That's shield up in a 2v2 post plant. The Bappin activates. 2 crucial kills from him in this round. Pistol from Prez doesn't get the down. Brendo is quite low. Now out of gas babes. Of course, has the Monty though. Oh, he finds an angle. Bappin, lovely headshot. Here he comes. A big round from Bappin. Salvages what could have almost been a snatch from Barbie Boys. That got a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, was well played out though in the end. Brendo pocketed a gas babe that allowed him to apply immediate pressure back onto Prez, afforded an opportunity then for Bappin to reposition short, and as long as they timed it, one of them was always going to get the kill there, even if it was a trade. So, well played in the post. The lead up there was a little dicey. Walsh narrowly denied. If he had found either a second pick, whether it be through the church wall, where he pre-fight and missed, or deep AK where he was caught out, could have played out very differently. If he gets that initial kill immediately there, it would have meant that, for instance, right here, Pinku wasn't necessarily forced to go deep. It may have alleviated some pressure early and allowed for a more immediate plant. It could have played out so differently. Then that's often the case. The blue hit on that site can make or break it for the attack or the defense if they're able to hold on. So yeah, big moments there in that round, and EP just able to get the win. Over to bedroom for the follow-up.
I'm sorry about your mask, Azami. I didn't think the reinforced sleeping would ruin it. You hacker.
The basement site ticked off for Enterprise. 2 rounds now above. Well, Bappin has entered the fray. Well, there's still one more challenger that's waiting on the wings. His name is Jigsaw. Pretty big reputation in this region. 1 and 7. That is incredibly rare.
Oh, what happened to Bailey?
Did he fall off the roof? That
Don't know
wall
if-
is reinforced.
I don't know if we have a replay of that. It could have been... I didn't quite catch it. I was looking across at the round history at the time, so... Don't know, hopefully we have a replay of what's exactly transpired there. Either way, he will be brought back up, so it's not a massive loss. Just means that Bailey, for the remainder of the round, will be wanting to immediately get this utility deployed, and then he can look to play bait later in the round. Now, 1 shot. Exterior con opened up, and so perceived pressure available immediately for the attack.
He's so quickly getting this utility out immediately. Okay, I'll go place my claymores now. Nice and
Now
early.
he has a license to kind of do what he wants for the rest of the round.
I'm gonna say, actually, it's just what they don't need. So far, it's 4 out of the last 5 rounds. Opening picks have gone the way of Enterprise, so they're starting to get these early advantages. Walsh wins the battle against Jigsaw. He's just having one of those incredibly rare off nights. But plenty of rounds still to play where Jigsaw can get himself back into this game. So far, so good for Barbie Boys. Now with the 5v4, Nitrocell in hand from Too Hard towards Kitchen. Barbie Boys putting pressure from the balcony in towards the site. Bappin plays Jim. A little bit of damage from the fire gets him low. Kara's playing bar, by the way. Bappin, lovely headshot onto Pinku. Well, he's starting to feel it. Kara catches out Walsh from that first floor position. Bappin's backing himself in, and why not? He started to play like a top 3 player in this match. We are tied 4-4, and the pressure now immediately returns to Barbie Boys.
Yeah, there's a lot asked of Bappin in that round over towards Jim. He was starting to run low on keeper barriers. Was susceptible to the frag grenades as well, so positionally he had to be spot on. Perfectly timed the first swing on the balcony and then held the line against Bailey, who was really low on HP. Big duel early, went the way of Walsh as Jigsaw continues to struggle, but the rest of the anchor work on site flawless from EP.
Yeah, I mean, this is a strange game. I mean, if you had said Jigsaw's 1-8, yeah, Bappin started, what, I think 1-4 or 1-5, something along those lines. And the fact that Barbie Boys, you know, got out to a pretty decent start, I would have thought, yeah, maybe the worst could happen for EP, but they're managing it because you're getting a lot out of Cairo, you're getting a lot out of Brendo. Bappin has now had 2 very impactful rounds on the defense, and it's all just starting to click once again for one of the top teams in the region. And Barbie Boys now have got to try and find a way to change things up a little bit, taking it kind of slow in a lot of these rounds. I wonder if they opt to try and pick up the pace. You look at the time of the opening kill so far in this half, 26 seconds and 1 minute and 26 seconds. That's pretty slow pacing. The opening kills in the first half were 220, 222, 231, 205. So the pacing's dropped in this second half from Barbie Boys. Their attacks have been slow, and they're not really gaining a lot of benefit from that pace. I'm not saying they have to just rush into the site at this point in the time, but clearly there's a pacing difference to what we saw in the first half. And the way they're playing right now isn't really leading them to success. This is the big round. Cash, CCTV, tertiary site, all tied up, 4-4. Again, Barbie Boys will qualify for finals with a win.
And every point towards the standings matter. Whichever team can also push OT and get 6 points first is also going to find themselves in a pretty good position. So it's only a massive round. Barbie Boys doing their due diligence, chipping away at utility, trying their best to counter the keepers here from Cairo. He's quietly gotten himself up to 10 kills. Air jab lands, but he does just survive. That was an opportunity. That was a real opportunity.
Especially when he's playing it pretty much solo as well. You know, if he had had a second player stacking with him, yeah, it would have been a little bit different. Bappin, by the way, on a lurk over towards main stairs, other side of the map. Cairo sensing that he's maybe running out of time. Oh, he just sprays down the smoke, gets the glass. And Jigsaw shuts down Bailey. The tertiary site not proving to do much different. Lovely pistol shot from Prez. Needed that. Boy, did they need that. But they're still up against it as time starts to expire. And Bappin, that lurk originally from main stairs through the lounge, connects onto Walsh. 2 versus 4. EP have got all the momentum so far on their defense.
Yeah, they sure do. Barbie Boys struggling on the garage clear, and they get no openings elsewhere. Credit to Cairo in this round, despite now being in the grave. He did his job in sustaining a lot of pressure, absorbing a lot of utility. Repositioned late over towards Kennel's Breach, but that too won't work out. Double kill for Jigsaw, and Prez will be the next to fall, you would assume. 1 versus 3, 5 seconds. 2 to fly, 5 seconds. For Tuhan and Brendo, they'll consolidate. They won't give away anything for free. And EP doing a great job there, Cash CC.
Yeah, I mean, this is worrying now for Barbie Boys, right? Because they would have known that they were in this game. They started 3-1 lead, a 4-2 half, and even some of those lost rounds in the first half were winnable. Yeah, the 2 rounds that they lost on their defense, the first round was a 1v2 clutch from Cairo. And in round 5, there was only the 2 alive for EP when they won that round gym bedroom. So that first half, all of the momentum was with Barbie Boys. But now it's completely reversed. It's just a classic Oceanic clubhouse defensive side at a match. I mean, that's all it really is. And so now the pressure's just firmly with Barbie Boys. you know that your opportunity has arrived, but it's starting to go very quickly if you can't wrestle back some kind of momentum. I think they really need to try and find a way to open up this map, get a little bit more lurk play, get a little bit more aggressive. The more direct nature of these attacks is just clearly not working. It's slow. Again, another opening kill, minute and 5 seconds. So a lot of these early contact, well, a lot of these contact fights to begin with, the entries are almost half on average slower than what we saw in the first half. And unfortunately now you're going to go back down basement. This has all of the hallmarks of a bit of a closeout here from Enterprise, guys. We've seen this story before. Basement into gym bedroom. I honestly think at this point 7-4 is the most likely result. So it's going to take something special out of Barbie Boys from here. Again, they go the Monty. It hasn't been working in this half. Press has gotten kills, but it hasn't really helped facilitate the rest of the team behind him to get into good positions.
Confidence flowing for EP, and you can adjudicate that on the positioning of this defense at the moment. Fairly spread horizontally. They're not shying away from taking some early fights.
I just preemptively assumed that it was going to be basement.
Yes.
But we're going bar stage.
Good pickup. A site that sees little playtime. And so maybe one that Barbie Boys aren't as tested on. Maybe less mileage and scrims, and that may cause problems for them here. This is the first appearance of this particular objective in OCE for Stage 1. So uncharted territory for us as well. Again, though, this defense spread, looking to try and take isolated fights early.
Well, I'm trying
to... storage, and he is cut off from 2 positions.
I mean, whenever we do get to see this, like once or twice a year, the strategy can vary. But the one strategy I've seen good success with is when you kind of play kitchen, open up the walls, and then you kind of have one play up above as well. But the way that EP also kind of playing it here is a lot more of these lurk positions too, with Bappin over towards Secret. Yeah, Brendo at the moment is outside of the map, apparently. And so you've got a good spread, as you mentioned, but you've also still got the setup that you naturally want when you're playing bar stage. And I think this is causing a lot of confusion right now for Barbie Boys.
Could come down to a timing. Walsh goes back to blue. Both teams are lurking like crazy. Yeah. They haven't generated anything, Barbie Boys. They haven't found a lot. They're not pressuring. They look a little bit lost on this side at the moment. And again, maybe a reflection that this is an objective they're not as well versed on.
Well, I mean, EP basically
They have established vert, but yeah, they've established vert, but it means nothing when AP are playing the way they are.
They basically say if you want to rush bar stage, we'll be able to then corral you and get the retake. And if you want to hunt us down, we're ready for it. I mean, this is done. It's going to be 6-4. 2 match points for AP. Inku and Quicks are going to have to be pretty sharp and pretty quick as well. 20 seconds on the clock. 200 is down at the moment over towards stage. Pinku, though, taking damage. They don't have kit, so they need the kills. Not going to happen. Cairo can even just run back upstairs into red time. No chance for Pinku. 2 match points for Enterprise. That is a well-worked round. Bar stage doesn't really see play. But they showed that maybe if you've got the right strategy and the right play style that you can make it work. And they did so really well. I mean, that was a very dominant round win. Barbie Boys had no idea and were not ready for bar stage at all. They call the timeout now. 2 rounds down after a 3-1 start in this game. It's also a point secured for Enterprise.
Yeah, it's a big point. Live standings would now have them, I guess in a roundabout way, just on top of Barbie Boys if you credit them 2 for now. But they'll be eager to go on and earn all 3. That was a big call from EP to make, to select that site given the context of that round and how impactful it was. Not just for the match, but essentially their entire stage hinging on a site that hasn't been played in the region yet in this stage, but they genuinely made Barbie Boys look lost for the first time in this matchup. It was a well-postured defense, and they played into it perfectly. A more traditional site to follow, down to basement. 2 opportunities for EP to now walk away with all 3 points.
Setting a tread mine. Jammer ready. Floor 44! I think there's deployed.
I've got the door!
Should also lock Enterprise into finals as well. With all 3 points, that is. Interestingly enough, if Barbie Boys were to come back and win this, neither of the 2 teams would be locked in going into the final playday. In a match where, of course, the winner who gets all 3 points would have been locked in, it would be an intriguing result, but I just can't envision a world in which Barbie Boys are going to be able to send this one to overtime. They just haven't really looked likely in the second half. 4 straight for Enterprise. I'd say the only round that looked even somewhat likely was, unironically, the very first round back in round 7. Every other round since has been very one-sided. I think you've just got to throw caution to the wind. I'm surprised again that they're still sticking with this Monty and this slower playstyle. They have not adapted, even out of the timeout. They're not changing things up. It's just more of the same. And this time, it is Church Arsenal, of course. Make no mistake of that. Despite the fact there are, of course, a bit of heavy roam presence from Enterprise. Oh, Cairo, that's just so devastating. Another opening kill for Enterprise. Nitro thrown out towards Prez. He takes a little bit of damage, but avoids the brunt of it. Bailey finally gets the trade. Bappin was top floor as well, but he slipped back down through Oil Pit and gets himself to site. 4 stack on site now for Enterprise.
Yeah, look, at least traded. Not the most devastating loss here for Barbie Boys. It does take away a little bit of that vert potential. Walsh, though, does have breaching charges. I don't think it's going to be a massive differentiating factor in the round. And Kara on the opposing side already have placed his utility on the mute as well. So a little bit of a stalemate then. Did invest, though, quite a bit of time, Barbie Boys, for that clear. Prez did take a little bit of damage as well, so don't discount the impact that may have, especially contesting into the smoke late round as well. Probably fair to assess that for this site, and given the state of the round, that EP are in a slight lead. But it's not a position that Barbie Boys can't look to recover from. They'll get to work on that vert. Hard breach from Bailey. Does have the ranged X-Kairos as well for triple wall, and that could open a potential plant route as well. But you can see EP pretty active underneath, especially without that buck in play. Good drone work late here from Pinku. And again, the round could hinge on this blue hit.
Not just the round, but the entire map. Jigsaw. Swing. Perfectly timed. Just as Pinku wanted to start moving. Walsh won his battle against 2 harm, but there is Jigsaw again. Boy, he started so quiet, but he's ended so strong. Oh, lovely headshot. It's all said and done. The 2 superstars in Bappin and Jigsaw may have started awfully, but boy, did they finish so strong to help out Enterprise in getting this win and locking in a position into the top 4. Enterprise will be playing in finals. For Barbie Boys, their fate is going to be determined on the final playdate against rival. It is indeed looking like it'll be set up between those 2 in a win and you're in situation on playday 7.
Wow, what a best of 1. It feels like we've had so many lopsided maps in this stage that this was a real treat to watch. Barbie Boys got off to a great start, laid a lot of pressure and asked a lot of questions of EP and their ability to problem solve and attack. And to the credit of Enterprise, they did enough. They showed enough in that first half to give them the foundation that in this second half, they played with a little more freedom. They were able to activate players like Jigsaw as the match progressed, and they did enough on this basement site to lock it down and withstand all of that pressure. So certainly the deserved winners in this best of 1, and with the finals position now secured, that's got to be a big sigh of relief for them. And they can now focus efforts on the best of 3 format. For Barbie Boys, as you mentioned, though, it all comes down to that big match next week. A huge best of 1 against rival.
I mean, I don't even know at that point going into that game who's really going to be considered the favorite, to be completely honest. I mean, Barbie Boys still had a very strong half against Enterprise. Again, they led 3-1. There was a 4-2 half. They just couldn't get any attacking rounds to work. And I think in some ways, you can look back at this kind of game if you're Barbie Boys and dissect where a lot of things went wrong. They just didn't adapt. They didn't change things up. They just kept trying to do the same thing over again. You can't do that against Enterprise. And in the end, Jigsaw, by the way, started 1-7 or 1-8, finishes 7-10. Like you also got to play an EP roster that had one of the quieter games that you'll get from Jigsaw and Bappin for probably 70% of the game. And then once they finally got going and found their form, that's really when the game just completely turned and the tide went the way of Enterprise. 5 straight in the second half sees them take this one, book their place into finals. And we've got ourselves our interview with the analyst for Enterprise Esports. It's Twent, an old familiar face and name. Twent, hello, welcome on in. Good to see you again. It's been some time. Congratulations on the win, first and foremost. But I do want to ask sort of a little bit about yourself and what you've been doing with the team.
Yeah, so after the major, the boys decided they needed a bit more help. So they reached out to a couple of different analysts and had a bit of a trial period, and then ultimately they decided to go with me, and just been helping with prep work, strats, like anything really, just lightening the workload for Pyro and Mag and such.
Yeah, congrats on the win, mate. Well done tonight, securing your finals position. How does that preparation now transform? Best of 1's very different to best of 3's. Is that something that you've already been working on looking ahead at finals, or is that now something you look to focus on basically tonight and going forward into the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I think a good thing as well is that over these beta ones we've played Bank 4 or 5 times, so we pretty much we have a lot of maps that we haven't shown yet, so definitely got a lot more strats in the tank, and yeah.
Obviously, Twent goes without saying, the Enterprise boys, before you join, you think back to Salt Lake City, etc., and even before that, and all of the times that we've seen them dominate, I think probably, 6-8 months, however long, even prior to Salt Lake City, they haven't maybe been at the best form so far this stage. How do you kind of try and help them in what is not a tricky period, clearly now just qualifying for finals, but maybe not at the 100% peak of the powers that we've seen from them previously?
Yeah, I mean, I guess where I come into that is that I can just help lighten the workload, like I said, and Mag can just sort of focus on that area. That's sort of his area of expertise, making sure that whatever internal issues or comms things and stuff like that is all sorted out, and I can just focus on prep work and strats and that.
And before you did take this job, was there any hope or desire to come back and play at all?
Definitely not to play. My days of playing are far gone, but I was actually helping out Barbie Boys for a little bit in the sort of pre-season break. Unfortunate I had to let them move on from them, but on to bigger things, I suppose.
Well, they're doing all right themselves as well. Before we let you go, anything you'd like to say?
No, just GG's. Shout out to Prez, he's a long-time mate of mine. Hopefully he can win next week and we'll see him in the playoffs, and thanks to EP, and yeah.
Well said, mate. Thanks for coming on and having a chat with us. Really appreciate it, and best of luck, of course, in finals.
No worries, thanks guys.
So 3 games in the books for tonight. We finally got one that was a little bit closer, a little bit more tension that was involved. Barbie Boys got out to that 4-2 lead, but then 5 straight for Enterprise sees them qualifying for finals and sets us up now into a position with the final game of the night not being a dead rubber. Shy Academy need to win this game and then we win the next game as well, guys. But then there's weird permutations to hope for their sake of getting into the top 4. Essentially what they would require is round. Actually, I don't even know if they can do it. I'm going to be completely honest. Like they're going to need to beat Arcade 7-0, and then of course next week they actually get to play one more game as well, which is going to be against 6 targets. I think they're going to have to win that almost like close to 7-0 as well. If they can do that, make up the round differential, they would need Rival to win in overtime 2-1 versus Barbie Boys next week. And of course, as I said, 3-0, 3-0 plus the round differential. I think that's their only path forward, which starts now coming up shortly against Arcade. It's slim chances, but
very low.
It's obviously something that you've got to try and hope for. And look, against Arcade, they could do it.
Yeah, all they can really do is try and dominate tonight and perform next play day and pray that they get one of the 4 possible outcomes with that OT win that goes their way. So we'll see what happens. Shy Academy have been the biggest upsetters in the league so far this year, and it would be pretty funny and a full circle moment if they were to sneak through to the finals. So we'll see how it plays out.
All right, short break, and then we get to our final game of the night. See if Shy Academy can get Rampage.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber. Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. He goes in. They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using his dim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant. That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it.
There's the douse. He doesn't have the concentration. He's going back. He's not quite sure. He
Eski gotta go.
A few seconds. Stick it, Ness. Stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
全力で来てみな King size down
Well, not exactly maybe match of the day coming up, but certainly one that still has ramifications. Must win and win in a comfortable fashion for Shy Academy. They got a lot of round differential that they need to make up, and they certainly need all 3 of the points too. For Arcade, it's been obviously a solemn stage, but maybe a chance that they can get something on the board in terms of points, guys. This would be an opportunity. Shy Academy didn't look all that great yesterday, and it's hard to believe what they did a week ago, but we'll see if they can get back to that Grim Reaper form in this match.
Yeah, I think the question really is going to be what Shy Academy do we see this evening? The onus seemingly on them. What do they have to offer? How much motivation is there for them to do well tonight? They have probably run through the scenarios similarly to us and know that it's a very small percentage chance that they'll go on to the finals, potentially EWC.
Yeah, and speaking of EWC, of course, you can go get your tickets if you're interested in going over to Paris. For those watching from, we'll say, the non- oceanic states, if you will. For those that are overseas, yeah, you can go get your tickets. RXS15 in the chat as well for 15% discount.
Yeah, don't miss EWC if you have the opportunity to go. Massive event, and it's a big one, especially for Siege now with an SI slot on the line. Let's have a look at our rosters for this matchup and start breaking them down. Again, this should be a rather competitive matchup, but it is going to be an onus on what do we see from Shy Academy, but also can Arcade play to the best of their ability. I don't think we've quite seen them achieve that over the course of this stage. There are some talented players on this roster, but unfortunately as a team, they haven't quite been able to connect the dots so far. An opportunity tonight to go out and have a bit of fun and see if they can get a result.
Yeah, no points on the standings for Arcade. Their last game as well next week is against Chiefs, so I think you can probably put 2 and 2 together and get 4. This is probably their last opportunity to at least try and get something for what obviously hasn't been a great stage. It's interesting that you kind of look at the lineup and think, is that the kind of team that's going to go 0-7? I'm not too sure. I think in my view of this is it really highlights the competitive nature of this region, this stage. It's interesting because if this had been the back end of last year when we 6 teams made playoffs back then and we only had the 7 teams in the league, it really would have made this a pretty boring regular season. So in some ways, thankful that hasn't been the case, but it means for Arcade, it's pretty clear that a lot of teams have also improved this stage, the fact that they haven't been able to pick up a single point as we go to their opponent, Shy Academy. And Shy Academy in some ways is a good example of that, guys. I know that they didn't start that well. Great week by beating Enterprise. They beat Chiefs as well. What we've seen from the likes of Kyvanix and Rani, I think 2 players to keep an eye on in terms of the future of this region. So there's a good quality on this roster. Naturally though, 50% of the league's going to miss out on finals. I don't think it's the end of the world that it's likely at this point that they will miss out. I think they'll be well set going into stage 2 to still be a bit of a dark horse.
Yeah, I think operating under the assumption that they do finish in the bottom 4, I think as it stands right now, I'd probably pitch them as being the team with that have shown the most potential this stage and have the strongest potential to go on to great things in stage 2 if they continue to improve on this trajectory with the double upset that they've been able to achieve and the general level of Siege that they've been able to produce over the course of this stage. It has been quite impressive. Probably not quite the level of consistency that admittedly they'd be searching for, but at their best, they do look very close to a top 4 team. And so it'll all be about consolidation heading into the next stage. They've shown great promise. I think Kyvanix especially has stood out as being a really, really strong player. So we'll see how it shapes up. We'll have a look at the map veto for this one. And honestly, just put on a blindfold and throw a dart at a dartboard. I feel like it's going to be a little bit all over the place as to where we may actually end up for this series, given the stakes on the board. Looking like it will be a toss-up between Cafe and Lair. A map which has seen, I feel like, significant playtime over the course of this stage so far. It's right up there currently as one of the most played in OCE, and so ultimately ends up shaping up to be a bit of a comfort pick for these two. And if I'm not mistaken, at the conclusion of this playday, Lair will actually be the most played with 5 appearances across the stage so far.
Yeah, not a great map when it comes to the record for Arcade. Certainly a week ago, lost to rival 2-7, 0-2 record. Not a single attacking round win on this map. Fortunately, they start on defense, and we're going to get started as well. Final game of the night coming up. Arcade versus Shy Academy. Again, to reiterate, Shy Academy need all 3 points from this match. All 3 points as well then from their match next week as well against 6 targets. Now, in terms of the actual ability to get I think the 6 points, it's pretty likely. I mean, you're playing literally the two teams at the bottom of the standings. The problem is then also the round differential and what is required in terms of probably that result between Barbie Boys and Rival, needing some kind of overtime result in that game. Arcade starting on defense.
Yeah, let's jump in then for what should be an interesting matchup. Again, it's pretty difficult to artificially inflate the stakes on this matchup for Shy Academy. If you are just joining, a very outside chance that they can make top 4. A must-win result here, though, to set themselves up for that potential in the final playdate. Unfortunately for Arcade, it's been a rough stage for them. They're now very much out of the picture, but they can go in, have a bit of fun, and if they want to be real mean about it, can officially deny Shy Academy the possibility of sneaking through to the top 4.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Let's load
as
in.
many bombs as they can.
Arcade on defense, as mentioned. It is the Ying Grim Band out alongside Kaid and Bandit, so no major surprises to open up the account. I guess important to note, though, that all shields up for Shy Academy and hard breach are plenty for the attack as well.
Yeah, Lair so far sitting at a 57% defensive win rate. As you said, one of the most played maps and will be the most played map by the end of tonight, this stage.
5 seconds to insertion.
Only once we've seen Fortress, Cafe, Border, and Consulate. The Border one probably surprises me the most, to be honest, that we've only seen Border once so far this stage. But once we get to best of 3s, that's when, of course, the map pool will deepen. And for what it's worth, a very close win for Shy Academy is almost as well bad as a loss for what they're trying to achieve in terms of finals. They really do need to win this comprehensively, and unfortunately for them, they start on the attack. So this first half is going to be quite telling. They probably need, I think, a 4-2 half and then close out to get +5. That would put them to about a -4 going into the 6 targets game. I don't know. I mean, like, to be honest, it's already a stretch. I'm really trying to figure out ways in which they can do it.
I've been trying to run the numbers. I've been furiously refreshing Liquipedia again. Typically a pretty strong source for qualifications, and those teams unable to make it, and they have put a line through Shy Academy's name. So I think because of a result of the round differential deficit, they can't quite recover that. And they need other results to be tight in OT to allow them to be equal on points, which means that they can't close the gap further. So unfortunately, this is basically a dead rubber game, but still a bit of prize pool on the line, I suppose, in terms of the distribution. Execute has come through in the meantime, and Shy Academy out on top.
Yeah, just to clarify on that point, by the way, that you just brought up, this round is playing out in the way that Shy Academy would like. Loyalith going down, Boxo the last one alive, 1v3, almost got the kill onto Reelers, now converts it. Kyvanix and Kaken, lovely shot from Boxo though to dispatch Kaken and then get the kill onto Kyvanix. Boxo would love that one. Saw the reaction in the camp. A good start for Arcade. Well, I mean, that kind of shifts. I think the storyline for this game is, can Arcade get some points? To go back to your point in terms of Shy Academy being eliminated, the max amount that they could have got, which was off the basis of 7-0 in this game, which is obviously no longer possible, and 7-0 in the next game, would have been a +5 round differential. They would have also, though, needed Rival to win in OT and do so in an 8-7 fashion, which would have got Rival to a +6. So therefore couldn't make up the round differential and would have, of course, lost out on the tiebreaker.
Yeah, so a little disheartening for Shy Academy. Again, irrespective of whether or not they could technically make it or not, they would have entered into this game with, I think, a similar mindset of let's just go in, try to dominate, see what happens on the other side. And whilst they may officially have a line through their name, still a bit to fight for in terms of prize pool as well, especially for Arcade. If they can fight their way out of a bottom 2 position, which will be reliant on back-to-back wins in the final 2 playdays, and for Shy Academy to struggle in the last playday as well, they can bump up a couple of K. So
there's a
little bit on the line. Yeah. Yeah, you never know.
I don't know if they're going to beat Chiefs.
Yeah, if I had a couple $100 on the line per player to beat Chiefs, I'd be giving it everything I've got.
Well, don't get me wrong. I'm sure they'll try, but I just don't think it's going to happen. But I also probably didn't expect Shy Academy to beat EP and Chiefs last week.
And then
so
miss
who
out on
knows?
finals.
And yeah, that's the thing. Well, I mean, that's going to be the thing for Shy Academy is just missing their opportunities early in the start of the stage. They lost to Man LFO. Sorry, they lost to Barbie Boys 4-7. They lost to Man LFO 3-7. Before, of course, their wins against Chiefs and EP. And then, I mean, really what cemented it was their loss yesterday against Rivals 7-1. I mean, funnily enough, it was the round differential that really cost them as well. Big shot from Reelers to open up the account here in the second round. Ivanix to double down the advantage by getting rid of Loyalith.
Yeah, good start to the attack here from Shy Academy. Early ground warehouse side. Good vert established, courtesy of Kaken on the ram. And so the defense forced to make plays as Wizard gets caught out. Fortunately survives Shot in the meantime to attempt plant.
Attempt should be successful, but he might die. Never mind, they had the cross. Well held by Shy Academy, now into the post plane with a 2-player advantage. Wizard couldn't quite get the kill onto Kaivanix. The prone position of Kaivanix is an easy clear for Boxo, who is now 4-0. Joker payload call on to Wizard's going to force him to answer that. He's already low on health, doesn't want to take any more damage as time is expiring in the retake attempt. Wizard will lose his life to Rani. Another kill for Boxo, 5-0. I wouldn't even blame him for just running away and keeping this KD. He's going to give it a try.
And too late.
And too late anyway. And
should have
dies.
saved it. Should have saved it at that point.
I mean, at that point, you may as well.
Run away.
1-1.
Yeah, solid work there from the attack early. Shy Academy getting good control warehouse side. Dockerby facilitating the opener. And then Shont, with the safety of the shield, was able to position for plant. And double cross was established. Bit of vert up above as well for good measure. And Arcade got zoned out at the site very early on, and it's quite challenging to fight their way back. There was the first pick. Saro caught. Shont got plant as the double cross covered. Decent fight back towards the very, very end, but 1v3, 15 seconds. It was almost impossible to win with no contest above. Arcade to rotate over to Dorms for round 3.
Provided Shy Academy do win this and win against 6 targets, so they'll finish the stage on 11 points, and then you'll have Barbie Boys rival. The loser of that, of course, is going to miss out. Which for one of those teams, you think about the stage that both of them have had, you know, it's a 4-win Barbie Boys team, a 3-win rival team. What you would consider a pretty good stage. One has to miss, and then Shy Academy on 11 points. Like, it's a rough 5th and 6th position to miss out on top 4. It has really showcased the quality of the region stepping up this stage.
Have you covered.
I feel for Kaken as well, who I think his entire career could be best summed up as just always so close yet so far.
Yeah. It's been a rough ride at times for him. That's for sure.
Oh, the timing. Well,
that would have been... that would have been something.
Well, again, so close for Kaken, yet not really able to get the timing to go his way. The Boss G from Boxo connects onto Kaivanix. Well, Boxo has started red hot for Arcade.
Yeah, trying to flush him back into the line of sight of Kaken, but he refuses to budge. Good discipline from Boxo and some sharp shots landing. Minute down, and Shy Academy on the side of the attack don't have a whole lot to show for it. Still pretty static. They haven't been able to leverage the Monty super effectively. Kaken will continue to hold. It's a double hold on the window. Trying to draw Boxo in, but again, just refuses to overpeak. Has support up above with the Warden. frag grenade to be cooked by Cake and might be enough to dislodge him. Now forced back up court. So good util usage. Oh, but Shont, in the meantime, did die. So good support from the Warden.
Boxo finished off by Rani. Rani and Kaivinix were the key figures in their wins against Enterprise and Chiefs.
Swapping mags.
Sending a pace. I'm in the phone.
Call out from Reelers onto Azes. Will not eat the call. He'll hang it up. RAU out from Kaken. By the way, they do not have the kit, although it's close by inside of green. Picked up now by Kaken. Going to send it into bunks. Hope for the best. Hope that this isn't spotted. There are 2 nitro cells available for Arcade. Kaken shut down, though, by the gun of Syro anyway. The rush into sight seems like it's not going to work out for Shy Academy. Tried to cut some corners. And Wizard shooting Rani in the back, and then Reelers as well. Don't think Shy Academy were ever likely to be able to find success in getting that plant down in that position. 3v2, no top floor control. Arcade will get a second round. They take the lead 2-1.
Yeah, pretty good shutdown there. They held pretty firmly over towards that green side. The staircase in particular posed a lot of problems for Shy Academy. It took a long time to try and problem solve it. The util eventually did land, but then the support up above from the defense, the way that they were able to interconnect was pretty good. And so it soaked up a lot of time. Additional bans to be now included. It's the Monty and the Mute. Monty with a little bit of playtime thus far, with a little bit of impact and just an annoyance that Arcade no longer want to contend with. It was selected in both rounds 1 and 3. Arcade won them both out, but wanted to try and cripple these attacks further going forward. And then the Mute as well, also out of play. Just picked on the one occasion, but it was on this top floor.
Bomb located by attackers.
It'd be a strange old stage for Shy Academy if they beat EP Chiefs and then lose to Arcade. You beat the top teams and lose to the bottom team. I mean, I guess that would probably summarize quite well why they're in the middle pack, the lower end of that middle pack. And Boxo's been a real difference maker so far in this game. 6 kills, he's been active, hitting good shots. And it's not as if Kaivinix and Rani have been quiet either. They're the top fraggers for Shy Academy. I think there just needs to be a little bit more teamwork on the attack. Monty beat Pence, of course, and we didn't really see a whole lot of Mute, only the one round.
Oh, Loyal traps the blitz inside with the keeper barrier.
Oh, those impacts are not even remotely close though from Loyalith.
Oh! Shot now to Hunt.
Yeah,
nice shot.
Jeez. Started well, and then he kind of just cooked it.
I got booked it a little bit at the end. Fair play though to Shont to withstand that and then pushes forward. Crisp shot. Shy Academy with the advantage now. Hardbridge gets to work over towards upside the secondaries. Not really a whole lot that the defense can do right now to respond. Sara has an intriguing lurk position down below, but with no Nitro and limited info, I don't know if he'll be hugely impactful. Might just be waiting for a Shy Academy lurk up lobby. I don't think that opportunity, though, will present, at least not for a little while.
Well, by getting rid of Loyalith, it means Asus is going to have to play the desk position inside a Master. Typically want that a zombie there with the keeper barriers. Good pressure on the doorway. They do have Syro playing his first floor, and he gets a freebie on the Sean.
Oh,
no way he's still alive. Well, Sean is skating on thin ice in this game. I wonder if at this point he just thinks about the pistol, but he's on quite literally 1 HP. The best thing to do would be to just tuck in, wait for someone to maybe come trade. Rani just goes in towards the site, gets rid of Azaz. And they, of course, know Cyro's off-site, so they got a numbers advantage well and truly towards Master and R6. Sean is just toying with Cyro.
Still alive. Come on, Cyro, you can get the kill.
And it should be almost flawless. Had to go for the reload. Flawless in the end. A strange old round, but Shy Academy get the round win. They go 2-2.
I don't know how Sean is still alive there. He absolutely ate that first spray. And then dodged every toe shot sent in his direction for the remainder of the round. Unfortunate there for Cyro. Overall, pretty well structured round there from Shy Academy, who now find themselves at an equal scoreline to a piece. It's Basement to follow.
Protect your bombs from being defused.
Shy Academy winning out on that site last time around with a good warehouse side take. It's a good start to the round from Sean. Got ops control, withstood early pressure, hit a crisp headshot. And then right there, absorbed so many shots. Don't know how he was alive. And stayed alive so long that he was still up at the post, and Shy Academy confirmed a flawless round.
Just to reiterate, for those just tuning in,
10 seconds left.
this is very much a dead rubber. It is our first dead rubber of the entire season. I mean, it's the very last game of Playday 6, so I guess it does make sense in some ways. This is when you start to maybe get a game or two such as this. And for what it's worth as well, guys, in terms of Playday 7, there's actually two pretty important games. Not only, of course, Barbie Boy's rival, which will be determining the last spot, but Man LFO and EP will determine second and third. Which, of course, in terms of the final seeding ramifications, could have a pretty big impact. Although it is double elimination regardless.
There is even a crazy world in which Man could go back to first place, but it would be relying on Chiefs getting smashed by Arcade and then...
And Man is what, smashing EP.
Man smashing EP, so the chances of that are... Well, not quite zero, but nothing's
Low.
impossible. Very, very low.
Triple Nitro in this round for Arcade. There's one that was thrown out by Loyalith. Sean taking a big chunk of damage.
Sean's indestructible. He's got double HP this match, it feels like. Does a good job there to absorb the Nitro. Wizard down below looking to contest, but called, so he'll peel back and elects not to take the hit of damage.
Good swing from Kyvanix. Sorry, wasn't ready for it. Didn't expect him to be that close to the doorway. You get the feeling that Shy Academy is just very slowly starting to gain some kind of ascendancy. If they win this round, it'll be 3 from the last 4. That's a pretty good track record here on the attack side of Lair. Job's not done, but the opening pick is helpful. Of which 100% conversion rate so far through the opening 4 rounds. We'll see if that continues here in the 5th. Still got to deal with the fact that Boxo and Loyalith are still on this first floor security.
Yeah, but that creep over towards filtration does eventually pay dividends. Just one on site, Wizard, no Nitro. U2 layered from the Capital. Sean should confirm plant, and does. And it may be another flawless round from Shy Academy.
Boxo to try and deny the flawless. Only thing left that he can try and do in this round, he will not. It's back-to-back flawless from Shy Academy on the attack of Lair. They take top floor and basement. 3 from the last 4 rounds, 3-2 lead. It's not boding well for Arcade in their quest to try and at least pick up a point. I'm not even saying a win, just getting to overtime, getting 6 rounds just to try and get something on the board. Otherwise, it's looking like a donut on the stage. Playing Chiefs next week.
Attackers need to locate
And
defuse
after
as many
speaking
bombs
tonight
as they
many times so far this stage, their mindset for Chiefs has been really impressive. They're not going to go into this game against Arcade next week and just have some fun. Naturally, they'll probably not play at 110%, but they'll still play at probably a solid 90%, and that's good enough. They're not going to give any freebies over to Arcade. If they're going to get a point this stage, it's going to happen in this game right now. Final round of the half coming up. Desperately need a third round. Back to top floor to try it one more time. And it is a pretty
5 seconds to insertion.
significant change in their lineup. They'll bring the mirror this time top floor for the first time.
Moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Superhow as well, along with Denari and Rooney. So Warden is the only operator that they've kept from the last time that they played this site in the 4th round.
Oh, well, not the best start to the round for Academy. Kybernex falls. Some sharp shooting from the side of Arcade. Rani looks to follow it up immediately over towards Ops and actually sneak into a position that might catch off a reaggress here. And some posturing elsewhere from the likes of Reelers for the split push. Looks like Arcade, though, will be disciplined. They'll hold position. They're not eager to over-aggress. Wizard will lurk below, so a Nitro Cell threat now. As he asks for some information, but I don't really think anyone from the defense can aid him at the moment. Might be a blind throw. It was, and it doesn't land on the mark.
Looking really nice now for Arcade to get this 3rd round. I would have said with Rani still alive that, yeah, there's a good chance, but he's so low on health. So easily tradable. Needs to essentially hit a headshot.
Get a good look at you.
Shot wants to try and creep up main stairs against the Warden. Good call on to Wizard. Rani does get eliminated. Body shot from the DMR of Azaz will do enough. And it looks like we might get our 3rd flawless round in a row. But this time in favor of Arcade, unless K can find 1 kill. Not often that you see 3 straight flawless. Will we get it here? We will not. Oh my goodness. Do you have to there's 55 seconds here for Kagan.
And he has a flash. Although into the Warden and shotgun up close, so he shouldn't be able to progress too much further here. 40 seconds.
Well, have you heard of the Cake and Clutch? Started as a 1v5.
I haven't heard of it.
And then he gets the last 2 kills at the end of this round in a double spray down. He's definitely heard him. Gone prone. Gets 1. Can he get the 2nd? He had the chance. Goes pistol. Oh my goodness. So close, Kaken. Oh, and he knows it. He knows how close that was from being an all-time 1v5 play. Arcade get the round 3-3 at the half. Almost an all-time play from Cake and couldn't quite manage the 1v5, but boy, did he get close. All tied at the half as Shy Academy go on to the defense.
Yeah, close, but not close enough from Kaken. Fair effort. And it, I mean, so far it's feeling like the one match of the night that really doesn't mean a whole lot could end up being the closest. Such as OCE sometimes. Ben's play out. Tachanka clash outside, pardon me, will be out alongside the Ace and Ying top floor to be the first site of choice as anticipated. And we'll see if Shy Academy can maybe look a little more comfortable here defensively. 3-3, they should be slightly ahead of the benchmark as it sits currently.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
And I would hazard to guess that so far this stage defensively they have been quite strong. I'll see if I can load up the numbers in a moment. Their defensive win rate, I don't know why I can't see it on this page, so I'll get back to you on that one, but the expectation should be from here that they do close out the map.
Wall fortifications upgraded.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, I mean, a part of me kind of just wants to see Arcade get at least a point.
Attackers are moving out.
I don't think you ever really want to see a team finish with 0 points in the stage. There always has to be someone that finishes last. That's just natural.
Too bad you couldn't finish the job. And yet,
You got to earn it. You can't just be given it. Kaken certainly made them earn it in the previous round. As I said, I think defense for Shy Academy is just going to be really, really comfortable.
changing mags. Activating drone.
Top floor, Loyalith will go first floor on the Deimos. Try and get some pressure. The rest will look to get into execute positions.
Yeah, pretty good read early here from Wizard. He'll be able to take quite a bit of space. Mez side. And then eventually Aziz can get to work with the X-Kairos. And they'll put his posture for something pretty simple and default here, it would seem. And I don't think that's particularly a bad idea. Loyalith on the Deimos below can contest desk or go for the lobby crunch. He's been live droned at the moment. Almost gets caught out, takes a chunk of damage, but at least survives and can then look to deathmark for the remainder of the round.
Good trade from Syro to back up Loyalith. Did that Yoko get up the stairs? I couldn't quite tell with the flames.
I thought he was just shooting a body. Initially.
No. Oh, there is... No, it definitely looks like it survived. I'm pretty sure I saw Sean flick 3 different yokais.
Well, the hard breach has been butchered here as well. No X-Kairos remain. This actually makes things pretty awkward for Arcade.
They do have the numbers. Yeah, they do have the numbers advantage, so they can kind of throw bodies at this. But sorry, low in health. Just can't let that clock get down really low if Sean's still going to be alive. Kyvanix went wandering with a peek over towards the doorway rather than staying behind the office. If he's going to go down to any flames. Sean from below does get the kill on the Wizard. He's now by himself, and there's too much time on the clock to rely on these yokai, so he's going to set himself up main stairs. One watching at the doorway, that's Syro. Arcade will get the attacking round. Things get interesting. They take the lead once again. They go up 4-3. Good round from Arcade. In the end, I think the Kyvanix swing really just opened up that door again. They had the numbers already. Then it was an easy clear onto him behind the desk with the Capital bolts. And then from there, with certainly the Echo playing down below, the site was just completely open.
Yeah, they'll be a little disappointed, Shy Academy, that they weren't able to produce a result on that site, especially with some of the hard breach woes that Arcade encountered over the course of the round. And they had the bodies low to throw at site towards the end, and even a little bit of util as well. The Capital was pretty vital in helping clear mask.
Using shield.
and ultimately able to get the result in the end. Down to basement for the 8th round. And what continues to be a back and forth affair between these two with very little on the line. They're still giving it their all. Arcade searching for their first point of the stage. Only a couple of rounds away from doing so. We'll see if they're able to make this opportunity count. Defensively on the flip side, Shy Academy with setup above, hatches opened, and so they'll look to take the fight to Arcade instead of anchoring site.
There's another little battle that's happening in this game, by the way, which is the lowest rated player in the region battle.
Really?
Poor old Boxo, his one map that he played earlier this stage was a 2-9 performance. That puts him dead last, but he's 9-4 now, which means he's catching up to Cyro, who's 5-5. Two lowest rated players in the region, unfortunately. But both having a very good game. Bit of damage on the Kaiminix, followed up by the kill of said Cyro. He goes positive now. Another good start for Arcade, but they do lose Azes, and Boxo falls doubled from Kaken with a shotgun towards blue stairs.
Yeah, a bit of a weird position.
For Shy Academy.
A bit of a strange position there from Kaken. Typically, you'll see a player on blue stairs, for instance, towards the basement here. Up above, though, is a rarity, and well, this position has caught out the attack. Diffuser now on an island. Kaken can play for life with the safety of the player advantage. Red ping above. Good info gathering. And Rani confirms that with the swing. Wizard Loyalist 2 versus 4. Shy Academy inching closer towards equalizing this scoreline. It would take a pretty big clutch from here to recover.
Oh, I thought Kaken was going to just straight up shoot. I don't think he knew that Loyalist was actually there. It's just more so checking, and Loyalist will win that battle. Now, 2v3 is certainly doable. Enough time on the clock. You've recovered the kit. You've got the radar, the solid snake, X-Kairos if needed. Flash and a frag grenade. Not impossible. Obviously, though, you'd prefer to be in the position of Shy Academy, and the longer this goes on, again, shot on the Echo will be able to deny Vulcan canister pop, so more time will expire. This is exactly what you want if you're Shy Academy.
I have intel on the enemy location.
Information gained, though, from the radar of Loyalith.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of damage. Yeah, Kai confirms the position of Wizard. 20 seconds.
Ooh.
Almost lined up.
Almost, not quite. Shy Academy have been able to tie it up once again, 4-4. We're going, well, a little bit blow for blow here on Lair for our final game of the night. And credit, I mean, Arcade, you got to give them some credit here. They're digging deep in a very, very rough stage for them. And 4 is all they've been able to muster up as their best score so far this stage. They've never gotten to 5 rounds. They got 4 against Man LFO. They got 4 against 6 targets. The other games 2, 2, and 1. So as we enter round 9, all tied at 4-4. Arcade usually stranded on this position. They've got a couple of chances to try and get to 5.
Yeah, both teams finding it difficult to string together more than 2 rounds. As once again the tide gets broken there by Shy Academy. Dorm's an intriguing prospect. We saw it once back in the first half, actually won out by defense on that occasion. Shy Academy found it difficult on attack to flush out green stairs and the util layering, etc. wasn't quite there. The Monty value as well was pretty limited. And so I do wonder what the approach will be here from Arcade on the side of attack. Do they concern themselves with the map clear? Do they go more direct green? They do have the sense. Shy Academy had that as well, but didn't really get themselves in a position to leverage it. So Arcade may look to do that themselves. I mean, early posturing though, and the positioning with these repels and some of the drone work though do seem to be suggesting there'll be at least some pressure up above, which is pretty standard at the moment. Kyvanix spotted Storage Hall. There's a lot of an anchor hold on the staircase here from Shy Academy, a little more fluid on the defense, looking to take fights on the exterior of the map. Loyalth, in the meantime, has been working breach with the blowtorch. The only primary hard breach available for this attack. And so basically we'll be broadcasting to the defense that a green side hit is likely.
Well, this is now on track for the slowest round that we've had so far this game. This will be the latest opening kill on paper after 8 rounds earlier. And as this will go for the plant, immediately denied though by Sean, as the Solace should be doing. Kyvanix though taken down, and Realist was already put onto the floor, so this is pretty decent for Arcade. Sean needing that kill, but traded by Wizard. It's only Kaken left. And he has to answer this call, literally has no choice.
I think, to be fair, he was dead either way. If he goes static, he dies.
Yeah, 100%. That's the... yeah. That's why I'm laughing. Basically, there's nothing you can do. Well, Arcade get to 5. The first time this stage, Arcade are on 5 points. 5 rounds, and they're 1 round away now from a point. Their first point. Timeout call.
Yeah, Kaken in deep discussion at the moment as they look to problem solve their way back into this match. It has been a bit of a grind for them so far. Both teams are finding it tricky to gain meaningful momentum as they trade back and forth. That was the tertiary site one out by the attack, so it shouldn't be too much of a cause for concern when you think about the map as a whole here for Shy Academy. Every bot in which they can go back to the primaries and at least secure overtime. Arcade, though, very much with the carrot dangling on the stick in front of them, that they are now only 1 round away from their first point of the stage, and that will be something that they'd be pretty eager to achieve. To do so, though, they'll need to successfully attack either into the second floor site, which they already have done, or reverse fortune on basement.
Well, they can't make finals. Neither of these teams can, but for Arcade, you just don't want to go winless, pointless throughout the stage. It's been a little bit of a back and forth battle here on Lair, but they are now very, very close to managing their first point. 1 round is all they need. I mean, even forget the win, it's just get a point. You don't want to be sitting on 0 points at the end of a stage. It's demoralizing. We'll see if they can manage it here in the 10th round, or if Shy Academy can tie things up out of the tactical timeout. 11-5 for Boxo. Well and truly get him probably out of that very bottom position. As Lilith will work first floor on the entry.
Yeah, Loyalov active over towards maintenance early here. He can eventually look to contest vertically, whether that be mask or sometimes we see the extension right up against the ops wall. That won't really be the case here. Defensively, most teams have elected to sort of forfeit that position in most circumstances. It's very tricky to hold and can then be difficult to escape. Drone work on site will identify Kyvanix, spot the Azami keep a barrier setup, which they have deployed previously and was pretty well countered by the attack of Arcade. Sorry falls though. So it gets caught out. Kyvanix, wow. Doesn't land the spray, and Loyalist snappy in his response. And that now frees up quite a bit of pressure in towards the side, and provided Arcade do a better job with hard breach this time around, top floor could once more be theirs.
Yeah, definitely doable. And the trade is kind of equal in some ways. The Azami is nice, but so is the Capital. I think 4v4 right now doesn't really maybe favor either team. If anything, the longer this goes on, better for Shy Academy. Need a really good clear and a push up main stairs, get better Mez control. They've somewhat fallen back a little bit. It's a reset and a rotate. They're going for a double frag and a clear and then push up main stairs, take the control, force Kaken back. Realist is in bathroom as well. Kaken does not get forced back. He doubles down. He gets the shotgun kill as well. It seems like 5-5 is inevitable at this point. It's going to be a very high tension 11th round to see if Arcade can get to that 6th round and acquire their first point this stage, because it's not happening here in the 10th. All tied once again in this back and forth battle on Lair. Who can get to 6 first? And honestly, I feel like maybe overtime might be likely.
Yeah. We haven't had a high volume of overtimes this stage. It's felt like a lot of one-sided matchups, and ultimately this one is headed...
We've had 3 in 6 play days.
Yeah, not many.
Attackers need to locate.
This could be one of them though, to add to the tally. The basement again. And for context, last time on this site, Shy Academy were able to win out despite not losing, or despite not winning the opening duel. 2 players left standing in the end, so some good trade outs from Shy Academy to get the result needed. Again, they'll extend above, invest some utility, try and make the weapons side clear a little more challenging for Arcade,
10 seconds to insertion.
who are eagerly trying to get 1 point at least
5 seconds to go.
towards the standings.
Attackers are
A win on this site will secure that. They do, of course, have the confidence that they can attack successfully into Bunk's briefing up next if needed as well, provided Shy Academy repeat if they lose. Reelers with the Spawn Peak range side, expecting Arcade to be drawn to this side of the map to play into their setup. But doesn't stick around as Arcade take their time above.
Yeah, the irony is now both teams really want this win. Academy don't want lose team at last with no points. Arcade would desperately be wanting their first point of the stage, and a lot of it hinges on this 11th round. Who can make the first move? And he's quietly got up to 11-7. Has had a very good game. Matching Boxo from Arcade. A heavy stack on this first floor for Shy Academy. Basement side. Somewhat missing Loyalith here in this first floor to get information on the radar. 1-for-1 trade. It was Boxer that got rid of Rani though. Big threat off the board. Oh, shot though from Reelers. Kaken and Sean combined each as well. Shy Academy are going to lock in a 6th round. It's devastation for Arcade. They've been in this position too often this stage. Staring down the barrel of another regulation loss. Arcade are going to call a timeout. This is their last chance, realistically, Guz. There's surely no world in which they get points against Chiefs next week. They must win this next round.
Yeah, certainly a pivotal round for their stage, and to save face a little bit against what has been a challenging couple of weeks for them. And in this particular matchup, it's been difficult for both teams to grapple with momentum. Ultimately, they find themselves on the receiving end of that, but they do at least have the positive outlet of attacking back into Bunk's briefing, where they won out back in round 9. 3 members were still standing at the end of that round. They got the opening kill. A lot of good positive signs for them. And around that, in the span of about 10, 15, 20 seconds, looking back at the timeline, had a lot of trades, and so they looked pretty comfy on that site. We'll see if they can double down here and push this game to OT.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Reinforcing wall.
I'm just looking at some of the stats right now. The entry battle's been relatively split. I mean, in the first half, one of the biggest differences to what we've seen in this second half was the plants that we saw from Shy Academy. We haven't seen that at all from Arcade. They haven't got plant down once. And multi-kills 2 to 3, so that's pretty close as well. I mean, a 6-5 scoreline, there's no surprise that there's no real domination in any of the major statistics. As we go Bunk's briefing, final round of regulation. Last chance for Arcade to pick up points this stage. They must win this round to force overtime, which would secure them a point. And they've lost as is immediately within the first 10 seconds. Spawn peak for Reelers. They lose the Sens. And on this site, it is the most valuable operator.
Yeah, that's a massive loss. And if Arcade respond as they probably should, it's going to mean that they'll need to invest big time up above, basically forget about plant for now. It can become a condition that unlocks later, but I think the call probably needs to be, let's just fully try and clear above and worry about win cons later in the round. It's posturing green, they'll just find themselves stored out at the side door without the tools to entry. I mean, they do have the Capital and the Grim, but I don't know if that's going to be quite enough to help with a plant. So that's a massive loss for Arcade. That one really hurts.
Well, Boxo has been sensational in this game. They might have to call on him to win some gunfights. Layleth trying his best. Oh, Kybenix on the tight angle. Hits the headshot. 2-player advantage for the defense. It's unfortunately unraveling for Arcade. 3 of the last 4 rounds to Shy Academy. This has slowly been brewing. And the irony is the last round that Arcade did win was on this site. But it's a whole different story now without the ROUs and down 2 players. They need a hero play. Arguably need maybe 2 hero plays. Shant ready for the slow push from Syro. Well, it's heartbreaking for Arcade. They will technically get one more chance next week, but it's against the Chiefs. It's against the #1 team. Surely they won't get points against Chiefs next week. This was their last chance. This was their opportunity. They did at least get to 5 rounds, the best that we've seen from them this stage. They will be last place, and they will stay on 0 points, and it's flawless. As Shy Academy collect all 3 points in this game, they can't make finals, but it does get them to 8 points. And it means that what's been a pretty decent stage for these guys continues heading into the last play day next week against 6 targets.
Yeah, it was a hard-fought match, and look, certainly some highlight moments, and both teams really giving it close to their all for a matchup that didn't have massive stakes on it. They gave it the best shot. 7-5 victory, I think, reflective of how the two kind of ended up towards the tail end of that one, with just a little bit more discipline the way of Shy Academy. Some unfortunate moments from Arcade over the course of this particular series certainly didn't aid them, and ultimately the spawn peak kind of being the cherry on top there in the final round of the match, but sometimes that's how it shapes up. And Yeah, intrigued to see what the future may hold. Obviously, both teams still with a game remaining next week. Arcade still with an outside shot to try and get a point. And I think for the flip side of Strike Academy, it's about just continually looking to build into stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the right approach. As I said, pretty much coming into this game for Strike Academy, yeah, they're going to miss out on finals, but on paper, they've got, you know, 2 players in Kai Phoenix and Ronnie that have shown a lot of potential this stage. Big game from Kaken. You know what you get from Reelers. Ultimately, I think it's a team that can do some damage going into stage 2, and they'll look to close the stage out as best possible. I don't think they would have been too particularly happy with a 7-5 against Arcade, but Arcade did, of course, have a very good game themselves. We'll go to Sean as he's our interviewee for tonight after the 7-5 victory for Strike Academy. Congratulations on the win, Sean. Of course, it's one of those strange ones. You win, it's great. You're up to 8 points. It's been a somewhat good, 2 weeks, I guess, for you guys, but ultimately, of course, can't make finals. Where do you kind of sit with everything this stage? Because I kind of feel like it's more a case of the quality in the region clearly is quite strong. Only the 4 slots for playoffs makes it difficult, but you guys aren't in a bad spot. You're playing some good Siege. Do you kind of want to take some of that momentum then, therefore, into stage 2 later in the year?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, even if we come 5th or something, that's still not a backward step from kickoff. So, I mean, that is what it is. I mean, like I've been saying, we're just trying to build this stage and this year and look forward to next year sort of thing. So, I mean, we just keep doing our thing, getting our experience on game day. So, yeah.
Yeah, congrats on the win. Looking, I guess, ahead to stage 2, is it purely just experience for you guys, or is there maybe a specific element in your game that you're looking to try and address and improve going forward that you think will be a big difference maker?
I mean, it's just about getting time as a team and getting used to each other and working out all of those like really small things, like getting the timings of the executes on point. Just making the right calls, like being familiar with situations, things like that we're just trying to build up with that experience. And I mean, kind of Vix and Rani that, to sort of the less experienced players, and it's just about getting them sort of a bit more up to speed and extracting the talent from them. So.
I mean, obviously they've had a pretty good stage. They're great talent, and I think, as you said, just getting more kind of game day sort of experience within them and the team as a whole will serve you the best. I think. Do you kind of look at the stage though as an overall success? You beat EP, you beat Chiefs. Obviously, the start of the stage not great, but you did lose to teams that are ultimately going to make finals or in that kind of category. You're obviously not that far off. Like, who knows? You could have a pretty big jump up in stage 2 if all goes well throughout the off season.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what I've been saying is it seems like we've got a high ceiling, low floor at the moment, and the high ceiling's a promising part. So we're pretty happy with that.
And last thing before I let you go, the cake and 1v5, very, very close. What was said after that?
Yeah, I think we probably had a pretty similar reaction to you guys. We were like, "Oh man, that would have been crazy if we pulled that off." That was a good little laugh there.
Anything you'd like to say, Sean?
As always, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks to the team, and
And of course, stage not done. Best of luck next week on Playday 7 against 6 targets as well.
Thank you.
So in the end, they escape, guys. They escape by the skin of their teeth against Arcade. 7-5 Shy Academy. Their little run somewhat continues. Of course, yesterday was a big blip, and that ended up costing them ultimately any kind of chance at finals. But overall, they've had some good success this stage. And I think Sean actually put it best. They actually got a pretty good ceiling, but the floor is still pretty low, and they can have those bad nights as well. We'll go to our MVP for the night, though, and it is indeed Player. He was sensational for Chiefs in what was a demolition job against Man LFO. It was pretty close to the MVP as well yesterday, guys. He was pipped out by Walsh. I thought Player, if it wasn't for Walsh, he would have probably had back-to-back MVPs. He's in red-hot form. He is also now the #1 rated player in the region.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly a dominant result for his team, and he had a large role in impacting the match. A 100% cost across all 8 rounds is really, really impressive. +2 entry. His survivability also above 50% as well. So yeah, he was hugely influential, not just in the attack half, the first 6 rounds, but even defensively, he was able to close out with the DMR play on screen now on the Aruni. So did a great job hitting double digits. Certainly a standout player for the Chiefs tonight. And overall one of the better individual performances that we saw.
And in terms of, I guess, outside of the server and from a, personability perspective, the ability to bounce back as a professional player when you get kind of discarded from your former team, he just kind of took that as motivation, and boy, he's really ran with it, and his team is reaping the benefits. The schedule today, as we recap: 7-0 Rival, way too good for 6 targets. Our first 7-0 for the stage, then 7-1 Chiefs over Man LFO. We did not expect that result. Bobby Boys led at 1.4-2 versus Enterprise. But Enterprise got going on the defensive clubhouse. Shy Academy Arcade, the closest match of the night, turned out to be quite fun towards the end. Not so fun for Arcade, unfortunately. They remain on 0 points going into the final playday.
Yeah, that means that the standings have, of course, shaped up after this second last playday of OCE. And Chiefs will claim that #1 spot off the back of an incredibly dominant result tonight. So well done to them. Again, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think I was talking about this before, there's maybe a world in which they drop out of first, but it's going to be reliant on them getting pumped by Arcade. And then Man LFO absolutely smashing EP to make up that round diff. So an incredibly outside chance for them. And so they should safely sit in top spot, which is a testament to them and their ability to take every game on its merit and to do a good job in dominating in some of those one-sided matchups as well. Unfortunately, though, it does mean that we have now put the line through more teams today that can no longer make the top 4. Shy Academy, 6 targets, Arcade, all ineligible. And it basically now means that Barbie Boys and Rival, who go head-to-head in the final playday, are the only 2 teams that are not confirmed for the top 4 or bottom 4.
Yeah, and of course, Man LFO Enterprise will battle it out for that second seed as well on Playday 7. So 2 games at least that on paper will be very enticing to watch. Certainly the big one will be Barbie Boys versus Rival Esports, undoubtedly the winner of that. And the beauty of it too is there's no weird shenanigans. It's just simply win and you're in. Even if it's an overtime win for Rival and they both end up on 11 points, they've got the round differential. So it's going to make it as pretty easy as possible to give that one a bit of a read in terms of what's required. And honestly, looking ahead to that game in particular, it's going to be really devastating for either Barbie Boys or Rival, whoever has to miss out. You think about the players, the individuals, but also as the respective teams that had good stages, but one has to miss out. I mean, it's the nature of what we've got this stage, which is a very highly competitive region.
Yeah, it's a pretty brutal format now with only just the 4 teams making it through. Best of ones, quite volatile. Shy Academy are on the receiving end of that. And unfortunately, they won't make it through despite 2 big upset results. And yeah, you're absolutely on point. Barbie Boys and Rival have both had great moments as well, but only one can make it through.
Again, a reminder as well that for Siege, not done entirely for the day in terms of those over in Europe, 4 hours time. EML will be beginning as per usual after the Oceanic broadcast. So if you do want to stick around later in the day for that, by all means go ahead. It's not quite as entertaining as the Oceanic region, but it'll do. It is kind of skillful, some would say.
Maybe a little bit better. No, to be fair, the level of OCE, it feels like it has been elevated a little bit, and I think a lot of that is off the back of the 2 slots. These teams are now taking it increasingly seriously, and that's why it has been so ultra competitive and why we don't have all these teams quite locked in as we prepare for the final playday.
Well, as for Oceania, they will rest now for the week. Playday 7 will be next week to decide that final spot. Of course, more APL action coming throughout the week with Asia and APAC North. And as mentioned, EML in 4 hours time. For us, though, while this broadcast comes to an end, thanks everyone for watching. We'll see you in the next one.
You only in my mind. No matter how hard I try, you only in my mind. why you